That's one. Then it's a different, if you go into the room, you go up to the mountain, it's a great road going to cars. I think they are confusing. Because part of the movie are that one's done. I think the one that they're pushing, the one that's going to two mountains from the other.
Through your chair, those who are not proudly public ways to accuse our meeting. Those who are not proudly public ways. And today is Wednesday. We expect all of them to but we also need uniform. So I think we should start with our meeting. I'm declaring this meeting officially open, and the MEC, Public Road Infrastructure, HOD and your management, you are all welcome, and we should appreciate your ever commitment to assist this portfolio committee to execute its mandate by making sure that you are always available. You are here always ready to come to the committee, which is an extension of the legislature. And we should also, extend our appreciation to our MEC as well for your, your commitment to make sure that we transform the Department of Public Road Infrastructure, including the entity, the program as it's unfolding, to really pleasing and we appreciate. Also our interaction with the department. And we are quite optimistic that it will be consistent as we continue to roll out our programs. To honorable members as well, we were here since 8:30 this morning, also to prepare for this meeting. So it's well appreciated. So you are all welcome and then free to make contribution, because it's, at the end of the day, it's all about civil delivery to our people who are out there. So they have expectation. So they pin their hopes on us in meetings like this one. Address the challenges, the issues related to infrastructure, like roads in particular. So we are welcome. To proceed to item 2, which is attendance and apology. So I request the coordinator to entertain this one, and then we also check with the department.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. With regards to attendance apologies, I have received 2 apologies. One is from Honourable Jack, who is there is a possibility that he might join us at a later stage. That's all the apologies on my side. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I don't know from the department if we have apology policy.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. Good morning, Honorable Minister. We have one apology of one of our Chief Directors, Ms. Lejila Mashilwana, who is the Chief Director for Roads and also acting in property and facilities. We are having the program today, and she's on our behalf. That's for the preparation.
No, thank you. Thank you, NDC and HOP. Then we move to item 3, which is confirmation of the agenda. Confirmation and adoption of the agenda. I refer this one to the honorable members. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to the MEC and the East Entourage. I move for the adoption of the agenda.
Honorable Kopan.
Thanks, Chair. I second the adoption of the agenda.
No, thank you, honorable members. Let's now shoot straight to business of the day. 4.2, briefing by the Department and the RAL on 4.2.1 Department on 2024-25 second and third quarter reports, and then 4.2.2 RAL on 2024-25 second and third quarter reports. And we'll start with 4.2.1. Over to you, MEC.
Thanks, Chair, and greetings to you, Honorable Chair of our committee, honorable members, my colleagues from the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, the agency in Bobo, and also IDT. Chair, I thought my office managed to talk to your office on our request. So I don't know what the initiative, because we requested that maybe we start with 4.3.3, the status on the construction of new houses for members at Parliamentary Village, so that we allow IET to present and we release them, because all the matters that are here does not need them. So that's our suggestion, Chair. And our apologies, I thought they raised it, but I think from where we are now, since
We were made aware that we have actually requested to have that, have that item in our agenda, and then we were able to do that. We did the last item, but now that you are requesting that it be the first one, I don't think we have a problem with the fellow committee. What is important to us is to make sure that we have that item. Yeah. So you are request. You can start with 4.3.1.
No, thanks, Chair. Over to colleagues from IDT. Who's going to present? Because the presentation is there. Who's going to present? All right. Our apologies, Chair.
No problem.
Honorable, always on top of me about while it's still happening. Who's going to present that? Who can sit it? Chair, through you, I think we are ready to go. There is Mr. You will introduce yourself to the honorable members before.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. Morning, honorable MPs present in the meeting, members of the committee, the officials from the Department of Public Works, and also my colleagues from the IDT. I am Lucas Salova. I'm Program Manager responsible for the prestige accommodation. I am with the Portfolio Manager of the IDT, Mr. Thaba Manekwa, and also the Regional Manager, Mr. Mayanichi. Now, moving into progress made to these projects that we have for today, we have already gone through stages 1, 2, and 3. We're currently at 3. We are working on stage 4. And what we have done so far, we have completed the preliminary designs. We have done but we have already gone through the stages, and we were also fortunate enough in the previous week we were able to make our presentation to the Secretary of the Legislature and also members of the executive management in that area. And we had the full team all present in this village. So we had appointed the consultants. They are active on the ground. They've already given us the end products up to stage 3 that we have submitted. And all what we have now is for us to move forward to the stage 4. On stage 4, that's where we then get the budget approvals and also be able to go out on procurement. Right. Then the overall project progress achieved to date is stage 3, and the civil engineering consultant is working on stage 4. Like on this project, we've divided it into 2 phases. The first phase, it will be to do the bulk services, including the roads. Prior, we can put in the houses. So the civil engineer is working on stage 4 for the services, the bulk services and the roads. Then immediately after he finishes, then we'll go out on procurement for the civil contractor. And then when the civil contractor is on site, we will be evaluating the building contractors. Because we've got the 15 houses, we are intending to have 3 building contractors that will be taking 5 houses each, so that we are able to fast track the process and get the houses done. So our engineer will be submitting their stage 4 in the coming week, so that we can make it a submission to Public Works, and Public Works will then give us the approvals. Then we can proceed with the procurement of a civil contractor. Then presentation for the civil works, roads, building and services. A tender document was scheduled for the 28th of Feb, and only occurred on the 11th. We had that meeting in the current week with both the LGPW, RI, and also the end user being the Secretary of the Legislature represented in that particular meeting. So we had also the review of project designs for both building and civil works that occurred on Tuesday between the Secretary, the IDT, and the professional team, and also inclusive was the Department of Public Works. So the end user accepted both the civil and the building works and apologized for the delay that we had there. just a slight delay, which delayed the entire process by at least 2 weeks, but we were able to find each other and make sure that we move forward. And then also the secretary made a recommendation that the parliamentary village as a national key point should have its own water reservoir reliable water source, so that we are able to provide water even when we have a watershed within the area. And that particular reservoir should at least, at minimum, be able to sustain the village for at least 3 to 4 days when you have a watershed, because sometimes we take time not having water within the area. So as a national key point, there is that recommendation which was made that we need to have a dedicated reservoir for the village, which the team is now going to be looking at that particular recommendation which has been made, so that when they finalize the designs prior to go out on tender, then that should be incorporated into the scope of work. And then today, the invoices that have been submitted, it's 4.2 million, and we are anticipating to receive other invoices as from today, which will be the second invoices for the parliamentary village. And by next week, we should be able to submit them if they are ready by tomorrow. We can move to the next one. This is just the site development plan of the proposed development that we'll be doing on that sports field that you see when you enter the gate. It's on the right-hand side. So as you move on the right-hand side, you can see there are 15 houses that we placed there. I wish I had a cursor just to point out. The green part that you see, those are the parks that we are creating for the village. And then also the other shapes that you see, if you count them, they will give you 15. But our approach in terms of the implementation, we are saying the houses, the first 4 houses that are facing the existing road, we have an opportunity to start with those houses. Because once we get the civil contractor completing the services along those houses, then we can start building those houses, and then the civil contractor will be working on the other part of the road. So when they finish, then we'll move into the other houses that are now on the far right, as per the picture that you see there. Then we'll build those ones, and when he finalizes that other piece of the road, going back into the main road, we can then do the last houses. So that's how we're intending to approach this project with the 3 contractors that will be having on site. We can move to the next slide. Then this is just the urban design, is the 3-dimensional drawings that we did. You can see in between the houses we've got some landscaping that need to be also taken into consideration, taking care of the nature as well. That's how we'll be placing our houses, and also adhering to nature conservation. And then the next slide talks to the cash flow projections. I won't dwell much on the cash flow projections because there is that element of us going to add the reservoir. And also, I think the actual cash flow that we'll get it when we have the appointed contractor submitting his or her a cash flow that will be in line with the budget that they will be receiving from the bids. So, but all in all, what we have in terms of the construction value is 84.5 million. We still have to add the additional water storage to make sure that the village has got sufficient water storage. The next slide as well still talks to the issue of the cash flows. I won't dwell much on that one. If you move again, then it will be also the civil works. In terms of the preliminary cash flow projections, if you look at that, you've got the site handover that should happen in April. We are still on track to get it done. And then, but all in all, we are saying the practical completion for the civil work should be in July. But with the approach that I've just explained when we had that structure, if we can have that staggering of the contractors going into the site, dealing with those areas that are shown there, we should be able to meet. We actually have the building contractors before the civil contractor concludes. And then if you move into the next slide, also still taking to the cash flow, I won't dwell much on the cash flow. And then if you move into the other slide, it talks to the schedule. We are now sitting at the stage where we're sitting at stage 3 and they are working on stage 4. In the coming week, we're submitting stage 4 for the civil works to the Department of Public Works. And from there, if we get a blessing from the works department, we'll then proceed straight into procurement of the civil contractor, and will be followed by the procurement of the building contractors. But the one who will go first on site, it will be the civil contractor to do the bulk services and the road. And then the next slide as well, if you look at the next slide, it shows when are we anticipating to conclude all these phases, inclusive of the very last stages of construction, where now we have to hand over to the end user. If it is a building, we'll be doing the Section 42 transfer of assets to the Department of Public Works. So if you look at the civil works, we are saying the site handover should have happened in March. It will be happening in the month of April. And then by July we should be done. And when you look at the 15 houses, the construction of the 15 houses, the site handover is anticipated to happen on the 27th of June. Then we'll then proceed up until the month of November, which I think the dates here are saying the 12th of December. That's where we'll be handing over practical completion of the 15 houses. But what we're going to do, because remember we'll be doing them in phases, following the civil contractor. Where he finishes, the building contractor comes in. So meaning the first houses that we're going to start with, the PC will happen before the 12th of December as per the program. As we finish the first part, we'll also allow members and also the Department of Public Works and the legislature to allow to do the practical completion on the ones that have been concluded. If you move into the next slide, this is just a sustainability and planting strategy. I won't also dwell much on this one. It will need engineers and architects, but we're going to be doing the eco-friendly designs. The project that will be here will make sure that we also adhere to ecological resilience, and also the stormwater management will adhere to it, as we have the civil engineer on site, and also focusing on the sustainable design, utilizing the indigenous materials that we'll be having. And then if you look at the next slide, this is just a typical layout of a house that we'll be building on this parliamentary village. If you look up on that particular picture on the right-hand side, that's where we have got the double garage. And then at the back of it, we've got the main entrance, and we've got the terrace there. If you look at the left-hand side of it, we've got the patio, which has got the outdoor living. I think there will be another slide that I will be showing in terms of the three-dimensional drawings. And then at the back is the 3 bedrooms. And then at the corner, next to the patio, you've got that private lounge where members are able to sit and do their political work without being disturbed at home. Next slide. Now, if you look at the next slide, this is the integration of the design itself and the nature outside. So this is the outdoor living. If you remember the plan that we had, that I've just presented, it shows the patio. So that will be the relationship between the patio and the outdoor, wherein you'll be having landscaping done. You'll also be having some trees planted there. You'll be having some lawn, also having the feel of the stones as well on that particular part. And then if you look at you can go back to it. Yeah. If you look at the right-hand side, that's part of the outdoor living that we'll have on the patio, where you'll also be having a barbecue or a dry area. You can move to the next slide. And then this is part of what will happen on the outdoor, the landscaping. You can see that building has got a portion of the stone pitching in front, meaning we'll also be taking into consideration materials that are coming from the natural aspect. And then also the park will have the water features, will also have the stone field that we'll have on the outside. Next slide. Then if you look at this slide, it shows the type of those houses, how are they going to be orientated, looking at the climatic zone that we find ourselves in as Limpopo. We are at R2 as they call it. So we are taking into consideration the movement of the sun, when we place these houses in various sizes that they will be. Remember, they cannot be facing one direction, all of them. Otherwise, some of them in winter, they will enjoy the sun, and others in winter, they will be in a cold room. So we try to avoid that pushing of houses being not orientated to the north point. And then if you go into the next slide, it will just also show the typical of one that is sitting on a corner stand. These will be some of the houses that will be facing the northern part. And then if you move into the next slide, these are the three-dimensional view showing that patio and the garden that will be having. And also if you look there, you try to put some of the known trees that we have naturally on the ground. Now, one thing that I want to highlight on that design, there is a wall which divides the garage and the main house. That wall will be having a stone pitching both inside and outside. I will show you when I get to the slide that shows that. If you move, this is still that outdoor living, the patio, plus the garden that we have with some bit of landscape done. Then if we move into the next slide, this is the front part or the street view of the houses. We're not going to name them number one. It's just number one based on the designs that we have. But the sequence that we're going to follow, we'll take the last number that we have in the village, and then we'll add from that last number, moving into the last number that we have. Then if you move into this other one also, is still showing the street view. We can pass. Then on this one, if you look at the far right, this is that one that I was talking about, which divides the garage area and also the main house. And then if you look at this house on the far left, where you have an aircon on the outside, the roof is elevated. That's why you have the kitchen. Remember, in the kitchen you've got a lot of steams that is moving around. So we allow the volume to allow the movement of the steams as well. Then, if you move into the next slide, it shows the interior of the kitchen. This is how our kitchen is going to look like, the proposed kitchen that we're proposing. And then if we move also to the next slide, it shows both the kitchen and the dining combined. If you look up there, we're going to be using the timber ceiling. We'll be working more on timber internally to make sure that we have a ceiling that is not going to create a problem or long maintenance or ongoing maintenance for those who will be looking after the facilities. I think in short, Honorable Chair, that should be the presentation for the Limpopo 15 hours. Thank you.
No, thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. And of course, it's the legislature. This is the project that we really want to see, contracted and completed as urgently as possible, given the demand of, accommodation. Because the number of legislators, the MPs has increased, and it's like there was not that activeness in terms of making sure that we are ready to increase the number of the houses in the parliamentary village. Of course, but of course, determined by the electoral outcome of the 2024. So, honorable members, that was the presentation. Then I open now for clarity questions and comments from yourself. Honorable Levo, Honorable Secretary.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Of course, we do note, as we welcome the presentation, we note the MEC remarked here that I always fight with him regarding the conditions here at Parliamentary Village and also at the legislature. And we have raised some issues with regard to that. And we do note and acknowledge the role played now. We saw some Goma sofas and other things. Some other members are not happy with those sofas, I must tell MEC, because the previous ones, you can see the quality. Despite the period which they were used, some of them were still in good conditions and so forth. And next time, please consider using FET graduates and other people who are in the industry of manufacturing furniture, because the shops you are supporting are well established, and there is serious gap in terms of income and unemployment that would have actually helped the locals to manufacture furniture. Actually, we are proposing that the furniture for the new development presented here, the approach must be that locals must be considered, and including in particular FET graduates and those who are established imaging in that field. It's not mandatory to use same sofas. It does not serve any purpose, but we need to empower locals. Two, I think you have omitted the maintenance house. There is a problem here, because when a member seeks minor things, just like a bulb and so forth, the tap is leaking, there is no one to speak to here. And you can't in any way continue expanding the area, and you don't have a facility which then maintains or hold items which are required as in when for purposes of maintenance. That becomes problematic. Honorable Chairperson, we note the period mentioned, 2026 March, construction of 15 houses for a period of 12 months, 3 contractors. What is that? Why then do you have 3 contractors? Actually, I thought the department will present here that they've used their architect and engineers and so forth to design the houses. They are actually going to use internal capacity, because the department has been parading here saying they've employed people. In most of their reports, they've overemployed, which we'll interrogate later. Why are they not using internal capacity to build these houses instead of going on a tender? Because the state must have capacity to deal with some of these things. You are going to have a tender to do some road here when you have employed a lot of people through RAL and so forth who are dealing with roads. Then you are adding a burden to the state, in particular the department which is overstressed financially. So building these houses, if they are necessary through internal capacity, that will help without going on a tender, because that becomes more expensive, especially if it's from a department which houses engineers and everybody who deals with construction. So I will submit that the department must not go on a tender. They must build these things in-house, and they must also fix the problem of water here, because people are using the chambers here. Chamber in a national key point for that matter, because there is no water. Honorable member says we are 5 kg, the 5 liter, trying to exchange water and so forth. It is then our idea. So the issue of water, securing water is very important. It must be addressed, and it does not need a tender, because this department, through intergovernment relations, can speak to water person or any municipality to come and intervene in that regard if Polokwane continues to fail, because Polokwane is failing with water. It does not have capacity to provide water. Even now, people are getting water on periodic basis because the premier has involved herself with a particular team in Polokwane. So, in-house capacity, now we want to see the Department of Public Works in action. The road that they are going to make here, construct, is not even more than a kilometer. Why do you issue a tender? So, we must be told in the next meeting, Chair, that the department is going to exhaust internal capacity to build these houses, and it can be with the capacity they have. 12 months, 15 houses. We are going to hear stories very soon. Some of these contractors are going to disappear like other contractors, but the agency which has been appointed in particular, historically, they will always have issues of projects being completed or delays. So do you want to drag matters like that when this exercise of members not residing here is a serious cost burden to the state? So I'm submitting that this matter be returned to the department to then search internally, and we want to see internal capacity in action. no outsourcing of this project. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Mine is a question for clarity. Let me start by indicating that the idea of building a reservoir is a good one. It indicates forward planning. My question is about the capacity of the reservoir and the population that it's going to serve. Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks, Chair. Greetings to yourself, Chair, other honorable members present here, Honorable MEC, and the entire of the team that we lead, inclusive of the people from IDT. We should welcome the presentation as made to indicate the progress that the department is doing with regard to ensuring that the other honorable members who are staying outside will get accommodated. Chair, I would indicate that it's important that the department should build capacity in itself to be able to carry out definitely the functions that would have been outsourced. But I really would agree that we need to ensure that these houses get built at a very high speed. And for that reason, the usage of the IDT to ensure that such happens is very much critical. And we believe that if that could happen, as honorable members indicated, to say that this issue of other members residing outside, it's a cost burden on the department. If it could be done as soon as possible, that would assist the department and the government of Limpopo. And we are appealing that with the time frames that have been shown here, they clearly must stick to them. Ensure that we have these houses completed sooner. Because indeed, we believe that would assist our government. Would appreciate that the agency that is being used should put all effort in assisting the department to ensure that we are done with this, and we will forever keep tabs on the department in terms of its implementation of this project and assist in ensuring that they get completed. Briefly, that's what I wanted to say, Honorable Chair. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, those were the questions. Of course, MEC, I am really concerned with the time frames. Because now they're saying phase 4, which is also dealing with the back cities and the road. Then the process of the supply chain with regard to the appointment of the contractors to implement this project. It's a massive project. It's also a challenge to us, because that process may act as an impediment towards making sure that we have this project done. And I should also point out that the challenge that we have with regard to the accommodation, I want to have an assurance from the implementing agent with regard to the time frame that they will stick to those time frames to make sure that this project is completed. Then, because we, through the experience, the implementing agent with regard to other projects that they are implementing, they run in a very snail pace to an extent that this the department, the client department, start to raise complaints with the Department of RAL. So I just want confirmation that with regard to this one, we will never have some discrepancies, glitches in the process of running this this project. And then, of course, there is this submission, the request, of course, the proposal by the honourable member at the of that most of the activities that will be done here, they'll be done internally, utilizing the internal capacity MEC. It's going to assist us because we have that responsibilities. Yeah, I think we can just for now let's give you a platform to respond to those questions that were raised and also the comments that were made there.
No, thanks very much, Chair, and let's appreciate the comments and questions as raised here by honorable members. One, Chair, is that the construction period for the houses is 6 months, not 12 months. And also on the issue of bulk services and the road is only 4 months. That's number one. Two, Chair, is that we are very serious and closely monitoring the issue of time frames. I'm saying that because as the department, like we're doing, can issue advertisement of posts, honorable choice. Every Friday, immediately after my meeting with my colleagues regarding the recruitment process. That is why we are doing very well in terms of recruitment processes in the department. But I said to myself that every Friday, 6 o'clock, I'll avail myself, whether I'm in or outside the country, or in or outside the province. We've been meeting every Friday since last year, where I get a briefing on what is happening in terms of recruitment processes. So I then co-opted IDT in my meetings. So I've been meeting with IDT every Friday to get briefing on what is happening on these houses in particular and the land takes them. So in terms of monitoring, I can assure the committee that we're doing a close monitoring on what is happening, especially on the implementation of those 15 houses, because the issue here is that we're paying honorable members that are not staying inside that money, and it's also a stress to us. So that is why I'm assuring you that the issue of fast tracking the implementation of these houses is one of the priorities as the department. And also responding to the question raised by Honorable Nibo on the current project. What the horse has bolted on this project. There is no way that we can then go back and start to do things as the department and all that. We are very far. The issue here is that we are going to monitor the process and make sure that the IDT is doing the quality work. That's what we're going to do. And agreeing with what the Honorable has said here is that has been the attitude and the approach of the 7th administration, that we want to strengthen the internal capacity of government. I think it's also one of our slogans as the department. We are trying by all means by doing that. That is our priority. And we want to assure the committee that going forward, other projects will make sure that we use our internal capacity, because we were having challenge of internal capacity, not only about resources, but even human resources. And that's what we're dealing with now in terms of what we're doing when we're hiring staff. We've hired 174. Before the end of March, we're hiring another 150. So those are the colleagues that will be assisting us in dealing with the maintenance, the chair that was raised here, the issue of maintaining our houses. We are going to prioritize that. I've also requested the HOD that let's also have budget of making sure that we deal with the issue of maintenance. But also colleagues must not forget that we are dealing with the legacy problems here. Some of the issues, Honorable Chairman, we can't just resolve them overnight. They are legacy problems, and we are trying by all means to deal with those issues. The issue of water, we all know that Polokwane has challenges of water, not only as here at Parliamentary Village, but all over Polokwane. But from our seated, we are comfortable because the Premier is now part of the solutions. Making solutions that we deal with this issue of water in Polokwane. There's the team that is led by the Premier, the Executive Mayor, and the MEC for Coxa that is meeting almost every week to see how best can they deal with challenges of water in Polokwane in particular. But as I also reported in the last meeting, that there is one borehole that we have drilled here that I think our team now is busy in making sure that that borehole then assist our honorable members in the parliamentary village. The issue of process of supply chain chair, the contractors are going to be appointed by IDT. And where they are using their own panel, I don't think they will take time on that. It's not us. Remember, this project was handed over to IDT. The other issue is the issue of using local shops and also those emerging entrepreneurs. I think that's what we have to do. It's a good idea. We are going to look at that. Our local entrepreneurs must just make sure that they are on our database, because if they are not on our database, it's going to be very difficult for us to assist them. We need to really assist those emerging entrepreneurs. On the sofas and beds, I think it was just a comment, because most of the honorable members are happy about the sofas and beds. The honorable we have bought a very big beds, and they are very comfortable. Actually, they called and say, hey, so we have tried our level best. Remember, in our last meetings, you were hard on us, saying where are the finishers. So now we have procured those finishers. I thought Chair will appreciate that, but we know that when we come to committees, appreciations and compliments are lesser than so all in all, Chair, I think that's what we can say, but we can assure you that we are putting a very close eye on what IDT is doing, not only on this project, but in all the projects that they are implementing on our behalf. Because the failure of IDTs, the failure of the department, because it's us at the end of the day that will come here and account on behalf of all of them. So our hope is that we'll work within the time frames and within what we are supposed to do as a department. So I think I've managed to respond to all the questions. And thanks very much, Chair, for the time and honorable members. Thanks.
Yeah, maybe my last comment, let me see. Or before that, let me give go into the vote.
Yeah, just to get clarity, Honorable Chairperson, that the designs of the house seems to be varying extremely with the current existing structures. And will that not cause some unrest amongst members, given the disparities and everything that is going to be included there? Will it cause any harm to use the same old plans, given that these are just houses for members for that period? You are going to have people, traffic of people trying to move by force that side. I'm sure that he says that with cases of people who are just loitering around changing houses without procedure. So we are going to encounter that. So just to get clarity, why are the plans so extremely modern, like, and you know, end of term, people refuse to go home. You don't need
Honorable Sekuru, I think it was noted. Honorable Sekuru?
Honorable Chair, my question
Yes.
was not answered about the capacity of the reservoir and the population that is going to serve.
Maybe before I get in,
Yeah, in terms of the capacity of the reservoir, actually we'll be putting in two. One, it will be for firefighting. The other one, it will be for consumption. We are in consultation with local municipality fire departments and water sanitation to try and get clarities where it's needed. And as soon as we conclude with them, then we'll make a final determination of the capacity of the two. So in terms of the fire engineer agrees to meet with us. He will be giving us his comments. And then roads and stormwater as well, and the water division, they are also on board with us. Remember, we have to get additional water from them and also get the boreholes that will be also supplementing what we have.
Oh.
Yeah, also the capacity that we are looking at is to cater for all the houses in the village, not just the 15 that we are doing, for fire and the consumption.
Chairperson, can I just say the current houses, they are spacious, they are beautifully designed. We've got new furniture, new stove, new fridge, it's so beautiful. So if you get new houses, take it. I'll stay just where I am. It's beautiful. I've never been in such a big house.
for interest sake, because previously the country was subjected to a huge debate about definition of a fire pool. We don't want this incident to be subjected to the kind of approach where a pool is constructed in the name of fire reservoir and so forth. We need to be told this is the type of structure we're going to build to keep water for such case of emergency, unless if you want to maneuver a pool and we are not available for defending such. That is the arrangement. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair, I hear what the Honorable is saying. But just for example, there is a house out there which was scattered by fire. And if you check the pressure that was available on the fire hydrant, could not extinguish that fire. Hence now we have this recommendation of also having an additional storage for firefighting. Not the fire team.
Okay. So, no, thanks very much. It's just one to say we're building modern houses. What in 2025? Yeah, the houses can be that of 1994, honorable, or let's move with time. We're building modern houses, but also I'm happy about the comment of honorable. Yeah, because really the houses, if you can go to those houses now, they're very beautiful. Like she said, everything, the fridges, the micro oven, everything is tops. So the honorable members not need to worry. Everything is under control. In terms of movement, we can assure colleagues here and honorable members that there will not be up and downs. We are going to close the processes. It can't be that because there are new houses, people want to go from the old houses, and there will not be such. We are going to prioritize those that are outside to go to those new houses. So we are going to make sure that the processes are closed and are adhered to. So that's what we can assure them. There will be no up and down and say, I want to go here and all that. At the end of the day, it's not what you want, it's what is there, and that needs to be respected as such. Thanks.
Thanks, MEC. Now we appreciate that. Maybe the last thing is to conclude this item. The challenge that we have been raising with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and then I'm also referring to the IDT, the challenge of project management. That one is very critical. If it is not well attended to, it is going to delay this project. Like we are saying, MEC, we are making commitment that the time frame is 6 months. But the issue of project management, actually, if you could just improve on that. Most of the projects are stalled because of the project, poor project management. It's a challenge we've been raising it. That's the area where we've been, struggling, and also contribute to this burdening of irregular expenditure. You see, so that even when the project, the actual contraction, it kickstart the project management then, from starting from day one. Instead, if the contractor is not performing, and that contractor is being advised and given warning, how often we must just stop that there and there, instead of investing the revision of the department. Then you find that the contractor it's terminated at the tail end of the project, while even from the beginning we saw that this contractor is struggling. So we must just be proactive. Proactiveness, MEC, proactiveness. Also, your commitment regarding the monitoring, that's proactiveness. We want to see it throughout the implementation of the project. So if we could speed up the supply chain regarding the appointment of the service provider, those who are going to implement the project, the better. In order to meet our target of 6 months, like we have just alluded to MEC, it's going to assist us. So we are just reminding you. And the reason why I was not even appreciated the intervention that you are making in this existing houses, because one of those who are going to be beneficiaries. I don't stay here. I don't know that some of the other members. You see, we are those who are waiting for the completion of the project, so that we get accommodated here. Yeah. So thank you very much, MEC. I think we are done, unless MEC. Okay. It means now we have come to the end of this first presentation.
We did not hear the comment about the maintenance house.
The what?
The maintenance house for the whole area, where when members have problems, they will go and speak to someone to come and deal with those minor jobs which don't require outsourcing.
And
So that which we are going to tender to replace.
it's raising the issue of maintenance and also attending to issues as raised on daily basis. And we still, as the portfolio committee, as I'm reminded, we have got an outstanding task of visiting all these houses. And very soon we'll be coming to have that, exercise of coming and to check all the houses to be sure, because yes, we accept your report, but we must also have must be an oversight. We'll go and visit these houses and to have that confirmation. Hey, you see. Honorable.
No, thanks, Chair. I just want to assist before the MEC comes in.
Okay.
Because I'm one of the tenants in these houses. There is a WhatsApp group that will report whatever is happening. If you have a broken window, pane, and that one is in place. I don't think there will be need of outsourcing, because that one we will report whatever is damaged in the house, and the department come and respond.
The response time is
After how long? Yes.
no,
They don't take time.
no,
They don't take time. I stay. I'm
Honorable member is confirming.
Yeah, I'm confirming because I'm staying here. We cannot blame all the time where there is a.
You must give credit
You
where
must
it's due.
Yeah, where credit is due, you must give credit.
No, thank you.
I stay here, and whatever we report, whatever challenges that we come across, they come and attend to.
Thank you very much.
No, thanks. At least the honorable bailed me out. Because let's give credit where it's due.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
The same group WhatsApp that we have, we also have in at the department, they are rapid response. That is why even on roads, we can urgently respond to any issues or challenges on the ground. So that group has everyone there. When there are challenges, we're able to respond to that. But also we have budgeted 10 million for next financial year to deal with the issues of maintenance. But what we can assure you that, like we're doing now, we're going to use our internal capacity to deal with the problems that we encounter in the environmental village. Just for example, Chair, these days when you get into the Gadia Parliamentary Village, you can feel this is the national key point. That's what we want to do, and also make this area to represent the national key point. It's exactly what we have done at legislature. We have done everything there at legislature using our own internal staff. So that's exactly what we're doing. So if there are challenges, we are available 24 hours to make sure that we deal with those particular challenges as they arise. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Now can we release the IBT?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Looking forward to meeting you So now we are going back to 4.2, the written by the Department and RAL on 2-quarter reports, second and third quarter report.
honorable members and colleagues. I'll be presenting the second quarter report and the third quarter for the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. If we go to slide 7, so that then we save time. This is where we have summarized our performance per program for the second quarter. We are sitting at 76.4% in total out of 17 targets that we planned for the second quarter. We've achieved 13 targets, with 4 that were not able to achieve in the second quarter. And the programs that are affected here is program 1 on administration, see financial management. We planned 5, we achieved 4. We then have property and facilities, where we planned 2 and we achieved 1. And the last one that we could not achieve, that we didn't really do well on that one, is the provincial Department Infrastructure Management, where we have in total 5 targets and we have 2 that we planned for the second quarter and we didn't achieve, and we'll be able to explain in terms of whether we'll be able to achieve those targets come the end of the financial year. And slide 8 is just a graphical presentation of the targets that we have 1 under administration we couldn't achieve, and we have 3 under infrastructure operations. That will be properties and facilities together with infrastructure, other departments. That is where then we had challenges. When we compare in the next slide for the current financial year, that's supposed to be the first quarter there. I mean the second quarter of 2023-24, and where we are now in 2024-25, there is a gradual improvement in the second quarter as compared to the last financial year, second quarter. And we will also try to demonstrate that when we go to the third quarter as well, Honorable Chair. Here is a graphical representation again in terms of the current financial year, the first towards the second quarter, to say we have improved from 62% to 76%. Now, the next slides will then explain the areas where we couldn't achieve, especially in those 2 programs of administration. The first one, that output indicator of number of movable assets, verification conducted. We're saying that here the target was achieved in the first quarter, and therefore it was not planned for the current quarter, because it was planned but achieved in the last quarter. These are the areas of non-achievement. On property and facilities, if we go to the next slide, that we had 4 targets, we couldn't achieve 2 there. And the reason here is that deed of donations for the farms that are in the process to be donated, not yet signed by the following stakeholders. We've been writing letters of reminders, Honorable Chair, to these stakeholders, and we've been struggling really to receive responses. And I think our discussion is that we have to meet with these municipalities, even if it is virtual, even the national department, so that we are able then to deal with these outstanding issues, given that now we are in the last quarter. On provincial departments, Honorable Chair, is that a number of new provincial departments construction projects completed. In the first quarter now, we had one. I mean, in the second quarter, we had one, and the actual output is 0, and the project could not be completed. But to mention that this is one of the projects where we had a lot of community unrest from the communities there in Lephalale, and our MECs were able to engage the communities and also assisting the contractor there, and MECs from both departments, Public Works and Sport, Arts and Culture, and we managed to then deal with this. And as we speak now, this library has reached a practical completion. In fact, we're supposed to have met with the contractor, and our project manager just that was not available this week, but will be then receiving this project. And the next one is the number of planned maintenance projects. And here is an elephant in the room, whereby our MEC has already addressed this matter with us of the validity period. That once we advertise, we cannot really afford that we then go over validity without appointing and even without extending that validity period. And our internal controls are now up and running, but we have to re-advertise these 2 projects, and these are the projects where we'll then be running the risk of not achieving in the current financial year, because we have to re-advertise and reappoint now in the both projects were advertised and to be completed in the 4th quarter. Yeah, we have those 2 projects there, refurbishment of Problas Bridge and also Mokopani Laboratory. Yeah, that is the challenge that we had, but we have agreed that in terms of the process that we have put in place, we must not then have projects that go out of or expire due to validity before we can award such. Then the next part is our spending, and this is in the second quarter. We were right at 56%, but we'll see the chair that with EPWP we didn't really do that well. It was more because our cohort started in the new financial year around July instead of the 1st of April, and hence we are at 44%, but we're able to catch up, and we'll even see in the 3rd quarter that we're not really there, but as we speak now, we are then getting there on the EPWP. And that is our overall percentage of 56%. I think on the COE we are doing a lot of work currently so that we improve as the department. And these processes that we are putting in place, we are starting to see very good results now moving forward. This is just a graphical presentation. I will not talk to it. On our conditional grants, on the other hand, given that we're at 56%, we're at 65% of our spending in the second quarter, and there we did quite well. And we're recommending that the members of the Portfolio Committee on Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure consider our second quarter performance report that is supposed to be 425 financial year. Honorable Chair. I'm just running to the 3rd quarter quickly. In our 3rd quarter for the current financial year, if we then go again to slide number 7, our performance has gone down to 68% from 76%. And this one, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, I even wrote letters to the program managers, as I was not really happy with our performance, and up to so far I received a response from one of our colleagues in the department. But just to say that as we are dealing with infrastructure, it is very important that when we put our targets together, they are indeed smart, and that we'll be able to achieve them come the end of the financial year. And we must be able to cluster them in the quarters that will be achieving such. And some of them here, as I was talking to the second quarter, you will see there were those other delays in terms of community disruptions, and these are some of the things that as the team that is supposed to master infrastructure delivery, we have to take that into account. But then just to summarize the table, to say that financial management, again, we didn't achieve 1 out of 4. We achieved 3, and property and facilities we had 3, and we achieved 1, and we'll explain again, because those other challenges that I've spoken to, they've rolled over, and hence I was saying we are even now going to have meetings with those municipalities that or those stakeholders that are not really coming to the party in this regard. And the other area that we continue not doing well on is provincial other departments, where instead of 3, we only achieved 1, and we are sitting at 33% there. And roads infrastructure will then explain, because these are not really more about the delivery of roads, but it's more on our EPWP there, and we will talk to it. And this is just to explain. And when we look at this graphical presentation in the next slide, we'll see the program that is heavily affected here. It is infrastructure operations, and mainly in infrastructure in other departments, where I made that plea to colleagues that as we put our targets, especially for complete projects or projects that will be completed, that must then be aligned with our performance and the quarters in the financial year, rather than just saying we're building one and then we put it in any quarter without really doing the groundwork in terms of what is actually expected in delivering such an asset. This is our comparison. In the last financial year, this time around, in the third quarter, we're sitting at 88%, and now we are sitting at 68%. These are the 3 quarters together that we are at 68%. Yeah. Then, in terms of the areas of non-achievement, on the side of the first program that has financial management into it, it is again on the staff reduction or staff debt reduction, that we were projecting 20% for the first quarter in terms of our target, but the actual was sitting at 19%. And this is the failure to implement once-off deduction during bonus month before a PESAL closure, and that in correcting that we'll submit the mandates to payroll timeously for the implementation of once-off deduction during the bonus month, because these are staff debts in the department that we must be able to manage. And in property and facilities management, number of this is infrastructure program, if I can put it that way, but under property and facilities, the first one in terms of number of facilities provided, And here we're supposed to provide the house or the accommodation for the chairperson of the traditional leaders. Yeah, let me then correct what is written there. And also to even find office space for the office of the premier. And this have been achieved now in the fourth quarter. It's just that by December we're not there as yet, but both have been achieved. The number of properties disposed of, again, this links back to the second quarter. Honorable Chair, that writing letters only is not really assisting us, but we do need this face-to-face discussions with our stakeholders. And on provincial departments, number of new provincial departments, construction projects completed. We had a target of 3 there, and we were able to achieve the 2 libraries that are there. And 1 project was delayed due to community unrest, and that is Botshabelo, a library that I've already spoken to. But this we also managed to achieve now as we speak. Number of planned maintenance projects completed. We still have these 2, and the projects are currently in construction stage. That is the project that we had to re-advertise that we spoke to earlier. And on roads, like I was saying, our challenges are not really on roads infrastructure like construction, but it was more on the full-time equivalent that we have met the target in terms of the EPWP numbers, but in terms of the hours, we were not able to meet that, and this was due to some of the constraints, especially issues of rain, whereby then our people are not able to make up for those hours in the current financial year. But then on the number of persons with disabilities, and given the nature of the work that we were supposed to do here under our EPWPs, we are still sitting on 3 as we were not able really to attract the 11 that we have there up to so far, Honorable Chair. In our budget, the straight line projection was supposed to be at 75%, and we're sitting at 72%. And what affected us in the main here, it was again EPWP, and those residents that I've spoken to earlier, but we've since picked up as we'll be coming back for the fourth quarter on that EPWP program, the Honorable Chair. On the payments for capital assets, we're sitting at 57% as we've just finalized the offices that we're procuring on behalf of the provincial treasury, and this will be paid now in this quarter, and we'll be able to see that the percentage also improving there. And this is just a graphical presentation in the next slide in terms of those percentages. On conditional grants, already in the third quarter, we're sitting at 83%, and that was then just above 75%. And to mention that we had to cushion RAL here through Treasury. They gave us just above 300 million so that we cushion the conditional grant. And to mention to the honorable members that, and honorable chair, even if we are sitting at 83%, we'll be staying within budget, because this is one area that we are monitoring. Even yesterday, we had a meeting with our agency regarding this, It is recommended that the members of the Portfolio Committee on Public Works then receive our third quarter report as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC. There you are, honorable members. Oh, yes,
Chair, I
yes.
suggest that RAL present.
Yeah. Oh, yes, yeah. So, that will present, huh?
CFO, Chair,
Please, how are we going to deal with the questions? Because the presentations are so long. If you take everything at a go without separating the first agenda, how are members going to, because it's going to be a new address from members. You will find the person has even questions also.
It must come as a proposal from ourselves as the honorable. What is the proposal, honorable?
That we process the presentations, and then when we are done, we go to the RAL one.
No, that's the presentation. It's okay, honorable member. No, it's fine. Can we maybe attend to this first presentation? Honorable members, before we proceed for that. That's the understanding from that. Yeah, let's open for questions and comment. Honorable
Chairperson, the proposal is not
Honorable.
I don't want to start with questions, it's a proposal. Let's take the one report, do the questions, second one, so that we can know exactly which report we are dealing with. Otherwise, we must ask questions on quarter 2 or 3 or whatever. Can we just stick with a specific quarter,
What?
please, so that we know which questions to ask for each one,
Okay, we start with quarter 2.
Yes,
Then
please.
proceed quarter 3.
please.
You have noted the questions that I want to raise.
I will raise when you.
Okay, so let's start with quarter 2. Yes, I'm starting with you, Honorable.
Oh, with me. Oh,
Yes.
sorry, thank you very much. Honorable MEC, HID and all the members, all our members, Chairperson, thank you very much for everybody that is here. And it's nice to see everybody here. There were properties in the Molomole local municipality that was donated. My question is, what was the value of that properties? And what was the reason to donate? I mean, we are cash strapped, we need money. Why would we donate properties instead of selling it and use the money? That was just, I was just interested in that. The other one was about the bridges. Will you be a rural bridge program? How do we get a bridge on this program? Because we know that there are bridges that have been badly damaged by the floods and we need to repair them. How do we do it so that we can get the funds that is available here, that we can actually get those projects done? That was my questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Honorable Pukana.
No, thanks, Chair. Greetings again to yourself and the honorable members, the MEC and the team from the Department as well as RAL, led by the HOD. I just want to check, Honorable Chair, with regard to the issue of the validity period, which might have led to a tender being advertised with regard to the Proclas Bridge as well as Mugoba Laboratory. What are the issues that would have led to the validity period having to expire? And how does it happen that people who are given a task to ensure that they carry out this task would allow that to come to that stage, to a point where we have to come and have a re-advertisement of those projects. And The other question would be on the issue of there is this issue of delays with recruitment of persons with living with disabilities. The HOD has made an indication to say that on the basis of the nature of the work that would get done in public works, that might have been the challenge that lead to the target as scheduled being missed. But with regard to what then needs to be done, there is this issue to say there should be an improvement with regard to the appointment of people living with disabilities. How will that get improved if the basis of not having fulfilled that target is the nature of the work that gets done in public ways that might happen, that might be prohibiting people living with disabilities from applying. And of course, I do not necessarily agree with the HOD's reasoning that you would have our people not applying on the basis of the nature of work. I feel the department is not doing enough in ensuring that such kind of people are given opportunities for employment, and it must do everything in its power to ensure that we have such people accommodated as they are part of this community, and they must be able to provide for their families. It needs a particular effort from the department to ensure that get addressed. Yeah, these are the two questions I would want to. The other one is the issue of the issue of properties being disposed of. There is an indication of having to communicate with the municipalities, Molemole and Lepelle and Gumbi municipalities. I just want to check, are these facilities being donated by those municipalities, and what would then be a challenge in them writing letters? I just don't get it. If I could get clarity on those points, Honorable Chair, thanks.
Honorable.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. You will note that there is continuous underperformance on number of key areas, in particular financial management and property and facility management. So in the context of property and facility management, you will then have both movable and immovable facilities. Now, we were sitting here with an indication that there are 30 or more properties which have been hijacked here in the province of Limpopo. We are not speaking about the city of Joburg. Here in the province of Limpopo. Yet the department is underperforming in that regard. The department has over 1,000 properties, facilities, and there is underperformance even in terms of auditing them or just any other thing to have contact with those properties. So that becomes a serious problem. And now you want to blame people when they don't want to write letters. Whether those municipalities, maybe they know that if these assets were from them, they are not going to be utilized properly. Or the department must then tell us who is, as the honorable member said, who is supposed to donate to who. Because if I was the municipality and I was supposed to donate to the department, I will not donate because they are not taking care of their own properties. I will delay writing a letter like that. So we need a list of properties owned by government in Limpopo. We have requested for this list, it's not forthcoming. And one of the reasons why the list is not forthcoming is that the properties have been hijacked by some of the people who used to sit in this house. So maybe the department is unable to touch those people. We need a list of the facilities which have been hijacked. That we need that list today. So, and we also need the list of the facilities which the department, as part of their assets, have actually recorded out of the 1,000 plus. And we need that list today, so that as the committee will have a special meeting to go through those facilities, we are going to visit them one by one and to check who's staying in this property, when last did they pay municipal rates, because the whole chain is affected. It's the department which is putting the bill on some of the services which are rendered by municipalities and so forth. So if we can have that today, that will help. The AG always raises issues in terms of financial management, but we are not seeing an improvement, Chairperson. And in some instances, now there's an issue of interest paid on overdue accounts. It continues to be 0-0. Does it mean that the department is not accumulating more fees on those accounts because there seems to be no intention to deal with such matters? And there are legal matters on some of the issues, the legal implications on those issues raised. The performance goes down, like they indicated that they wrote a letter, the HOD wrote a letter, and one person replied, and we are not told what happened to those who did not respond to the letter from the authority. Chairperson, I also noted that it continues in all reports, district coordination, maybe they must simplify it. There is one target and it continues to be zero achieved. I think the issue of Motabelo is noted. We will have to get, why we continue blaming communities, community unrest? Don't we have people who can deal with conflict management in the department? If projects are stalled and the report just becomes community unrest, and when you check, it's 6-7 months later, community unrest, the project is stalled. So the community unrest are triggered by a few things. Either the contractor went there and did not consider local content. The contractor went there and did things opposite to what maybe the traditional authority was notified. Or there is a lot of drama happening. Or the department is not paying service providers, because the report here indicates that they are not paying 100% of the invoices. And somewhere they blame cash flow management from contractors, but it's the cash flow management from the department, because they are not reaching their target in terms of people who must be paid. Because when you receive an invoice, you see an error, you must tell that contractor, come back, this thing is not in compliance, because it affects the commitment made by the Premier and the Honorable MEC to say that within 30 days we pay invoices as submitted. And the other issue I noted, Chairperson, is just to check which infrastructure projects are done in-house and which other ones are outsourced. I think we need to have that list, because a lot of money are being used here. Noting that the performance on infrastructure is so poor, is so appalling, and we need to categorize them. These ones are in-house, because there are a lot of people who have been employed in the name of insourcing projects. So who is not performing? Is it outsourced project or in-sourced project? That information is very vital for this meeting, so that we come to a proper determination of what is the next step as the committee. Lastly, it's 31 years later into democracy, and we are told it is happening in this government time and again. We are told that there is no achievement on employing persons living with disability. That is an embarrassment. It's an insult to the community, to the whole nation. Why? If you go to all universities in this province and in the whole country, all FET colleges, you have lots of people studying there living with disabilities. You have lots of graduates living with disabilities. And we still have underperformance, and that excuse is not going to be tolerated. In the next meeting, we want complete compliance on this target. unless if the department does not have funds to process this matter. But we are saying, in the next meeting, we must get 100% achievement. Then we are going to help you to go and ask in these institutions and do an advert. Let's have a meeting with people living with disabilities and see if indeed they don't fit, they don't qualify with their qualifications, they don't qualify to do this work in the department. That becomes a problem, and actually it's an insult. It must not be repeated, HOD, when we report here. So roads infrastructure, the achievements that we have reported are noted, but your key mandates relates to infrastructure, issues of road infrastructure, financial management, issues reflected by the AG. There is no department again, and we want to know when is the department going to deal with those key performance indicators and make sure that we comply. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Over to you, Ms.
No, thanks very much. And just appreciate questions and honorable members. Maybe before I get in, let me allow my colleagues here to respond to some of this.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable members and Honorable MEC. We'll be talking to the questions on properties and facilities which Mulwesi will come in. But on Willie Sizwe, to say that this is a program that is implemented by National Defense and also by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure nationally. And some of these key issues, we have brought them to their attention in terms of our areas that are affected by floods, in terms of then bringing in those bridges that are similar to those ones of Willie Sizwe. But I think for now they've been more on the plans that we have put together. But again, as the province, we must also take that lead in terms of these resources. And for the coming financial year, as the HOD went in now, and I'll be chairing this steering committee between this tripartite. Before, what we were doing is that we were transferring money to RAL. And RAL was also working with the national departments on our behalf regarding this receiver. But now the budget is with us in the department. And this will also assist in answering the question that Honorable Helen has been asking of what is RAL doing and what is the department doing. But to say that we'll be dealing with maintenance now moving forward. But then we receive the budget, will be monitoring that, and as the department, and I'll be chairing that steering committee so that we direct these resources in terms of where we want to then those bridges. But on the validity period, let me, I'm now mentioning this because as I was presenting, I said our Honorable MEC has in fact told us that this is for the last time, because this then goes back to us monitoring our projects. It's not only on validity, but even the contracts that comes to an end, whilst we have not even advertised for such contracts. But our contract management now is up and running, and we have put in internal controls in ensuring that we don't have the projects that expire the validity before we can appoint the contractors or finalize appointment thereof. And this is the responsibility also of our program managers, those who are owning these bids, that are supposed to be implemented in those specific programs to be able to assist us in this regard. But we have improved as the department when you look then in our procurement, as we have initiated even weekly meetings where we only look at the procurement plans in terms of how far are we in terms of adverts and also our bids, specifications, our bids, and also approvals thereof. But this goes to leadership and also the commitment of ensuring that, because we don't really have a challenge in the department of officials who don't want to sit in the bids and so on. We don't have such challenges up to so far. Now, on the recruitment of persons with disabilities, we're not saying in general, we're only talking roads infrastructure. Given, I was just saying the nature of the work that we're doing around roads infrastructure. But ordinarily, we still then have this target, even in the next financial year, because as the Honorable Member Kukwana has mentioned, we may not be doing enough in attracting people to come and then take part into this. But that was mainly on those bases of roads. And MEC can also add on that, because even when we did our appointments last year, now in September, in that month of persons with disabilities, we're able to appoint a few of those and welcome them in the department there. On properties, I said Ms. Moloisi will come in so that we don't repeat on the issues there. And on the 30 properties, I think that will then be a separate report, as it was not part of our targets yet, or what we were reporting on, and as it was requested, Honorable MEC, then it will be made available. But it is a project that we have embarked on as the department of then identifying and not really identifying, but confirming what is in our asset register and also our immovable assets. Because you will have them in the asset register, but without a physical verification of ourselves, satisfying ourselves to say these are all the projects that our properties that are under our worship. We might then have those projects that might maybe not be in the very same asset register, as we know that these are managed by people, but that is the project of our Honorable MEC, because we were about to bring a request to the SCOPA to dispose, because we have a moratorium on the disposal of immovable assets. But we're about to finalize that project. But then we have to hold on that because we want them to ascertain that these are all our properties and who is actually owning all these properties. And we just had a forensic investigation on that because of the material irregularity on revenue collection or on rental management. And hence then we want to close all these gaps and deal with those issues. I think that is then speaks to the AG matter, that those overdue accounts and all that. Just on community unrest on our properties, I mean, I think even at the level of MINMEC now, as we speak, these are the matters that are receiving attention. More that they are coming up, and our province, safe to say that we are doing quite well in this regard, but this is one area that has to be managed very closely. And as we plan the project, just at that time when we start to plan and think of bringing something to a specific community, we have then to engage that community right across. And therefore, these issues of stakeholder management are now prioritized because of all these disruptions that we have seen now happening. On district management, that one target that we could not meet, it was more on contractor development, and the appointment has been made now, and we have achieved that target, Honorable Boko. On that district management matter. On the work that we are doing internally, and that one that we are outsourcing, is that the department is only currently dealing with minor maintenance. And these others that are more major maintenance, we've been outsourcing. And where we'll be having challenges is mainly where then we are outsourcing. But as the Honorable Chair has also spoken to it, challenges have been more around project management. And these are the areas that as the department in our government governance structures that were put in place, they are now topping our agenda. And they even speak to when then a contractor must then be cancelled, and what happens then after the contractor has been cancelled, and all those processes that we're supposed to follow there. And we have a separate report that we'll be talking to on the visits of the portfolio committee. But here is more around project management and taking stock of issues as we implement these projects. I think I've spoken to the 31 years later in democracy about persons with disability. We're only really referring to roads here. Yeah. I think those were the issues. The Honorable MEC, if you could give to Ms. Muloisi.
No, thanks. Ms. Muloisi, before I get in.
Thank you very much, and good day to Honorable Chairperson, Honorable MEC, Honorable members and colleagues. Let me respond to the questions that were raised by Honorable Helm, Honorable Pokani, and also Honorable Leboho in terms of the issues of donations of land portions. I must indicate that the issue of donations of land portions is done through acquisition and also disposals. What happens is that in case there is a need for a land portion to be donated to the provincial government, in order for the provincial government to, for an example, to either build a school, to either build a clinic or any other infrastructure, and at that time the provincial government does not have any land available, maybe in that particular area where the school is needed, or in that particular municipality where the school is needed, then the Department of Public Works will then approach the municipality where the school needs to be built and request for a donation of that a piece of land from the municipality, and that we call it donation through acquisition. Then that will be provincial government approaching the other sphere of government for that particular land portion. But in terms of the indicator that we are reporting on, in terms of our APP, that is on the side of disposal. That is where the municipalities themselves and any other sphere of government will then approach the provincial government and request for a farm portion or a piece of land because there is any development that they want to undertake. In this instance, where we are talking about the donation to Lepelle municipality and also the Molemole local municipality. With Lepelle, we are supposed to donate about 5 farms which they have requested from the provincial government. And those 5 farms, Lepelle Nkumpi requested the donations because 2 of the farms are erroneously vested. They were supposed to be vested with National Public Works, but they are currently vested with provincial government. And therefore, we need to dispose them to the National Department of Public Works. The other land portion, Lepelle Nkumpi municipality approached the provincial government because they want to extend a cemetery. So they approached us and requested for the donation of the land. And we have to do that and donate the land to them because that is one of our responsibility as provincial government to ensure that when another sphere of government is requesting for a donation of piece of land for a purpose that we do not have reasons to disagree, then we do that. And with Mule Mule also, they also approached us and requested for a donation of land for a township establishment. And then we started the processes to make sure that all these municipalities do get their donations as they have requested. And in terms of the value of the farm portions, remember, for us to get the value of the farm portion, then we have to subject the land to a value. But in terms of this, because this is a donation between the 2 spheres of government, which is according to the EXCO decisions, then we are not compelled to subject these land portions to valuation. We only do that if there will be a need to dispose to a private entity, or if a private entity is disposing to the provincial government. That's when then we subject the land portion to valuation. Hence, we are saying that we are just surprised that now these municipalities that have approached us to say they are requesting these farm portions, when we have done all these processes and we are supposed to then finalize the processes, then they are no longer coming to the party. And while right now we have put these indicators in our APP, because we have looked at the processes that we have already embarked on, and we were sure that by this financial year we would be able to dispose these land portions. But now, when they are no longer coming to the party, we are equally surprised. And I think I support what HOD is saying, that it is therefore necessary that we need to have a physical interaction with them and ask as to why did you then approach us, and when we have started the processes, you are now reneging. And this is going to really affect our performance in the APP of this current financial year. Thank you very much, HOD, MSC, and the chairperson.
No, thanks, Chair. Maybe before I give back to you, on underperformance, Chair and honorable members, let me indicate this before the portfolio committee, that we are not taking lightly, Chair, that some directorates are performing poorly. And I have already instructed the HOD to deal with non-performance, particularly of other provincial departments. In fact, all infrastructure programs will have to pause and regroup, then come up with a recovery plan or a catch-up plan. I also said to management that they must set achievement. Because this thing of just setting the targets that you can achieve becomes a problem. And I can assure the portfolio committee that we are working to make sure that all the targets are duly implemented. And I've also taken a decision, Chair and honorable members, to closely monitor the progress at the actual construction sites, wherever one implementing our projects. This is where I'm able to unlock stalemates caused by community unrest. For example, what the HOD has indicated here on Chabel. I think it's unfair to rely on staff members to deal with community protests. Myself and you honorable members here who are here representing communities. So that is why when they are unrest, I don't like to send officials. I go myself because obviously that's the constituency that all of us are here representing. So yes, there are colleagues that have information, the staff members and all that, but when coming to communities, I said to them that I've been elected by them to be here. So whenever they call, I'll come and then visit. So Kuchabelo was a problem. We went there and politically we managed to deal with that particular problem. That is why now in due course we'll be heading over that library. So whenever there are community unrest, whether about roads and all that, we are available for that. But we're trying to minimize that, Chair, on our program called Stakeholder Tuesdays, where the MECs sit the whole day on Tuesday, listening to communities, the issues and challenges that they are raising, which in the main, those that we can immediately deal with, were able to deal with those particular issues. So Stakeholder Tuesday is one of the strategic program for our department that we are able to then deal with problems and issues immediately in some cases, and also allowing the community stakeholders to directly engage with the MEC and where there are issues and problems that we immediately have to unlock, because some of the issues you'll find that they need immediate attention. We are able to do that on the spot in the meeting. So that the Stakeholder Tuesday program is very important to us. And I can also, without any fear of contradiction, commit that will do our best to improve the PWP check and the other provincial departments in terms of improving towards achieving our target aside from this. On spending, honorable chair, honorable members, at the level of the executive authority, we will also not take lightly any return of budget to national fiscals, because we can't allow that. Even from the church that deployed some of us here, they are not taking any excuse on that. So that is why we'll try by all means to make sure that we do that. On issue of employment equity, it does not need any addition or subtraction. It's a must. We are doing that. Even in the last cohort, we have managed to hire some of our colleagues that are living with disabilities. And even in this cohort, we are going to make sure that they are sound. So there is no excuse about that. We just have to do that. But I'm appealing to colleagues and honorable members that as and when we look into that problem, we just look it holistically at the department, not specific a section like the HODs already alluded on properties. I think Memlo covered me, but safe to say that we are also having a program called Operation Operation Brings Back Government Properties, which is going very well. We are aware as the department that there are other properties that belong to us that were hijacked by thugs. That is why we are working together with the subs and also the premier to make sure that we then go and reclaim those properties. I think that was one of the issues or the things that I have raised when I entered the department, that as the MEC, it means now I'm the owner of the house. So it will be prudent for me to know what I own in this house. Whether it's teaspoons, cups and all that, I need to know. That is why I then stopped the process of disposal of properties. Because the view of management was that let's dispose. I said no, let's not then allow disposal while we are not even sure what we own. So I said to them that let's do the homework on exactly what we own, what exactly Honorable Lobo was saying. The report is not yet ready. We are still busy dealing with that. Immediately we are done, and I'm satisfied that this is the properties that we are owning as the department. I'll then be able to come and then submit that particular report after I sign it off. That I'm satisfied that these are properties that we are owning. We need to know the properties that we are owning. I think even Scopa was very clear about that. Those that we are owning, and we know that these ones have been hijacked by thugs, and then we're still paying municipal rates. We're going to make sure that we inform municipalities, we cut off the electricity and water immediately, so that we can then see the owners, the real owners, because some are owned by dogs, so we're going to hit hard for the real owners to come out. So that's exactly what we'll be doing. There's forensic report on our own colleagues who are leasing our properties and they are not playing and all that. So we're going to go hard on them. Those ones is very simple. If they owe 50,000, we'll just go straight and garnish them so that they can be able to pay those particular debts. So we're dealing with that. I said to HOD that we need to implement this forensic investigation report and recommendations in order for us to recover those monies. I think we received the HOD for the recovery. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. We are done with order. We have follow-up questions. Let's start with Honorable Iwo, then Honorable Commissioner, and they will close the order.
Honorable Chairperson, we need to see action from the MEC. We need to see MEC with the law enforcement entering 105 properties which have been hijacked, people being removed. We're not going to take it as a report written here. We need to see that action. And there must be a public call with a window period that anyone who seized state property must return it within this period, failure which the department is going to take the following steps and so forth. And you will see people reporting properties which the department never knew that they existed. The last one, just for interest sake, I just want to check. We appreciate the stakeholder chose day as reported by the MEC here. These properties, these farms that, or the land that you wanted to donate or which is here by mistake and so forth, what is currently happening in those facilities? Because you may find that municipalities can't write letters because there are activities taking place on site. So we need to get thorough details of what is happening, because it's so strange. Two municipalities approached you far apart from each other, almost 110 kilometers apart. But for some strange reasons, they refuse to give you letters of something they initiated. And they have no reason to meet together, nothing. So you may find that this land is being used by someone. I don't think that the land is idling. So we need a report in the next meeting. What is this land that which you seek to transfer or donate being used for? That will give us an answer why these municipalities are refusing to write letters. The last one, we hear now that we wanted to dispose assets. If we didn't ask that question, we're not going to know that there was some intention to dispose assets which was reported elsewhere. So this committee must be taken on board with regard to everything. There is nothing which must just pass through administration and we hear that since Scopa blocked it and so forth, we're not going to know. And we must agree here, there must not be any assets being disposed until we have a full asset register and accountability of everything that belongs to the state. There is nothing which is going to expire. We're not dealing with bananas and mangoes. So we must agree here, MEC. Nothing must be disposed until we go into thorough details of everything. Thanks, Chairperson.
No, thanks, Chair. I wanted to raise the issues raised by Honorable here with regard to those portions that have been donated. But safe to say, the department has made an indication to say that we'll be engaging those municipalities because it's them who demanded those portions, and it is just unfortunate they might now be dragging their feet so that they can correctly, you can be able to correctly dispose of those portions. Much more as they are part of your APPs and they are now reflecting back on the department. I should think that needs to be attended urgently as possible. And with regard to the issue of the people living with disabilities, I appreciate that the clarity doesn't be given here, because my assumption was that it affects the entire public works. Safe to say, you might need to look into the indicator that you have decided on here, because in terms of the nature of work that you are referring to, you might have challenges. You better have a situation wherein you achieve more than you have targeted. That would be the best way, rather than maybe aiming high and hitting low. So I should think you need to look into that. But safe to say that we need to appreciate, of course, the work by the MEC with regard to intervention where there are community challenges. What need to happen is that such matters might need to be escalated to MEC as and when they happen, so that response is immediate. You don't have a project being prolonged on the basis that there are frustrations on the ground and they are not being addressed, and maybe officials are trying their best to resolve them, which might not be their competence. And it will take long, of course, to try and address such kind of matters. So such matters need to be escalated to the office of the MEC so that he is able to urgently intervene and ensure that such projects are able to be implemented. And we really appreciate the employment of people in MEC. You have done that with excellence. And our people and what we are doing, I should think, will also ensure that the department gets capacitated, such that it's able to address its mandate. We really appreciate that young people are getting employed. It has been a disaster in the province. It has been a serious disaster, and we are now at least seeing the way. We should appreciate that, and as and when those opportunities become available, there are vacant positions in the department, continue doing that MEC, so that you are able to deal with the sketch of unemployment that's happening in the province. And we wish that other departments might follow suit, so that it assists. As the only one department doing that, it will take time to make an impact in the entirety of the province. We really appreciate that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's proceed to quarter 3. Quarter 3. Do you have questions? Honorable? Yes, we can come.
Thank you so very much, Chairperson. Thank you again also to the MEC and all the officials and our honourable members that is present. Can I just say that this department is not new. We can't say because the politicians have been newly elected last year May, therefore the department is new. It's not. So we really expect very good performance from the department. So I would really ask that they focus on getting it right. It's not new. They are a long-time department, so we cannot accept that they are not doing well. We expect them to do 100% all the time, because that's important for me. Then, as far as community unrest is concerned, it's for such a long time that we constantly get this complaint. Isn't there a program or a way that we can prevent this? Because it's not just this department. It's also, even SANRAL got the problem, RAL got the problem. Can't we find a solution to prevent this altogether? So that we can stop this, because this is really bringing also the performance of this department in disrepute. Because then everything is delayed. And we really need to find a way to stop that. I think we've already spoke about the re-advertisement of projects. I think that's important that we must look at it. All I want to ask is, it seems to me that the point where the problems come together is with the project manager. It seems to me that because the project managers are not, I don't know what, but the project managers doesn't bring the problems to our attention quick enough. And therefore then it's the delay, the people are not being paid, then it's cancelled and the whole thing is just delayed. So I think we must look at our project managers as a point of start to get, maybe that will also assist with the community unrest. I'm not sure, but it might be. I see on page 17 of that report the audit findings have been resolved 100%. I think that's true. Very well done. I think this is well done. That's what we expect from a department. So we thank you for that, because it's not all the departments that is actually doing that. So that's well done. Then I have a question on the house for the chairperson of the House of Traditional Leaders that we're going to build. We would like to see the cost. And if we're going to build houses for all the traditional leaders. And the problem is, if this home for the chairperson, what happens if that chairperson is no longer the chairperson? Because that's an elected position, right? It's not one that is taken over by succession. It's an elected position. And we might get into a problem that we will keep on building houses for the chairperson. Because it's not a separate house, eh? It's a house for that specific chairperson. So it's not like that chairperson will vacate the house when another chairperson comes in. So we might fall into the trap of have to keep on building these houses. I think there was just a little bit of a spelling mistake. It's not big. It's Grobers, not Grobersberg, but Brug. So it's just, when I read it first I thought, I'm not quite sure. But then I realized it's the border post. So it's not important, but I just thought it might be good that we just look at it. Thank you, that's all my questions. Thank you, Chairperson.
No, thank you. Another question or comment? Honorable?
Yeah, thanks, Chairperson. Just to check, because these problems emanating from the previous quarter, you have continuation of non-compliance in terms of financial management or underperformance. And there is no consequence management apart from letters being written. And you will see failure to do that in the next reports, how many billions are then involved through this process is being ignored. Underperformance on roads infrastructure, and you have 100% on EPWP. So these people are supposed to help maybe with road maintenance and so forth. In addition to those who are being employed. Yet you don't have a program which is 100% compliant or completed in terms terms of targets. So what are these people doing there in the department? When we continue praising you for having employed a lot of people, unless if there is some program which you are unable to explain or something, 100% on EPWP, people are being employed on a daily basis, but the deliverables is something else. And we'll call upon the Honorable MEC to make sure that, and the HOD, these programs that you continue to employ people must not be an opportunity to have a departmental infestation by cadres of other parties, in particular the ANC. They must employ ordinary people, people who qualify. Because we're still going to come to that point to audit the processes which are being followed to employ these people. Hence, we are unable to have proper deliverables, while people might be in the department without necessary skills. So it's not something like going to clean a park. We're dealing with infrastructure, our roads are in a mess, we are now having floods, we must wait for tenders when people have been employed. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. HOD and
No, thanks very much, Chair. Maybe let me start by the last comment that we're trying our level best to make sure that we employ South Africans, regardless of any political party. South Africans, that is why I think the advert is very clear on that. And like I'm saying, the report now, we're dealing with legacy issues. Going forward, I think honorable members will see change. We started hiring people from last year and also this year. So going forward, we'll make sure that there are changes in the department. We are prioritizing the issue of internal capacity. And we're trying by all means to hire people with the requisite skills to make sure that we can perform our duties without any hindrance. On the issue of the MEC actions, I think we are on that. That is why I said earlier on that we have then met with the SAPS as led by Provincial Commission together with the Premier to make sure that we can then come up with a program that will be able to go to these buildings and or properties that are mainly hijacked by thugs. And police are busy with their operations, and at the right time you will see us getting into those particular buildings and claim them back to the department as their properties of the department. So let us allow the police to do their operation. After that, we will be able to go and implement. But I can assure honorable members here that we are going to act on that, as we said. On the issue of disposal of properties, I think maybe I was not clear or when I was responding to that question earlier on. Exactly what I said, Honorable Wall, that actually it's me as the executive authority who have stopped the process of disposal. Going to Scopa, it's not Scopa. Scopa, we're waiting for us because there was that moratorium that was put here by Scopa. So we were going there as the department to request for the upliftment of the moratorium on disposal of properties. I then said we can't do that now before we satisfy ourselves on our asset register, on what we have and what need to be disposed, because that will then also allow us to prioritize this when we deal with this process of disposal. But also what I can say here and assure honorable members is that, especially on releasing our properties, your land in particular, and the buildings that are just there not doing anything. We said as the department that if we can even be approached by the triple Ps and they want to come and use a particular building for the benefit of our people, maybe they want to start a new factory on that particular building or the land, we are going to be able to work with them, because our people are not working. If someone comes, it's a private sector, he said he want to invest on one of our properties and we are not doing anything with those particular properties, you must be aware that we are going to be able to then sit down with that particular person, whether through a lease, a long-term lease and all that. The fact of the matter is that our people are not working, and we are going to try by all means through what we have as government, we can then be able to avail ourselves. There is no need for us to then refuse people who want to use the land and say to them that we can't give you the land, while the land is there or the building is there but it's not utilized. We are aware that there are a lot of buildings that are not utilized, except those that are hijacked. So we're open for that to all people who can come to us and make sure that we can sit down and see how we can work together. So I think that I managed to deal with all the questions of what you listed. They actually want to talk to one issue. Yeah, the last issue.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Honorable Denisi. Honorable Chair, the house for the chairperson of the traditional house is that the house will not belong to the chairperson or the deputy chairperson, because we must then have two houses. And these are the issues that have been raised in the different mafotas that we have, where then the House of Traditional Leaders are also invited at that level. But for now, we have not built the houses. We are currently renting. But we'll want to then build houses. We wanted to bring the houses here to the legislature. There are processes that are supposed to be followed between the MECs and obviously the Honorable Speaker as well. More where then can we then build these houses, Honorable Chair. But this is a process that is led by Coxter, not by us as public legislature. Obviously, the renting and the building is our mandate. But just on roads and the EPWP, Honorable Chair, through you, Honorable Boko, to say that, on roads we are overachieving. In all our targets, graveling, blading, the blacktop patching, it's only that there have been excessive rains now, but a lot of work we are doing. And as we then go table this other APP, we'll revisit our targets as well. Even in the SDP, we've given in those inputs in terms of those additional or the achievements that we are currently, what we are achieving currently in terms of our target. So I just wanted to bring that here to say, even here we are using EPWP, but we feel that the numbers are also still a little bit low, and we'll be revisiting that even as a person in the work home come the new financial. I think those were the main issues.
No, thanks a lot. Of course, the issue of poor financial management and the consequences, I think you have said it already, that your internal controls are up and running. It means that now if you close that gap, it will also be beginning that a weakness of financial management. Then I also agree with the MEC with the issue of recruitment process to make sure that we also look at the requisite skills, because if you check the vacancy rate, which was really huge, let's make sure that we employ those who have requisite skills in call centers and so on, in order to make sure that you implement your program successfully. The issue, the area, I think in the next meeting we will need a report. We are not that much convinced with the WCG project. I think you need to follow it up because it's very critical. It's targeting the very important, critical area of dealing with the bridges. So in the next meeting, we will need a full report. I know you were just commenting that likely or that will be in the next meeting. Can you please come with the report, because this project is very, very important to assist our communities. So then we proceed now to RAL.
Thank you, MEC. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Janine Bodia, the Acting Executive Manager of Strategy Performance and Evaluation at our own agency in Kobo. Our presentation is in two sections. That is the performance part, that is operational performance, and the second part is the financial performance, which will be done by the Chief Financial Officer, whom I would hand over to. I'm starting with quarter two. Thank you, Honorable MEC, and CEO Chisali. I will go directly to the slide that takes us through the overall performance with target summary. The graph on the left illustrates the number of performance targets for the institution. That in quarter two, we had an achievement of 11 targets, which translates to 55%. And the non-achieved targets are 9, which translates to 45%. And if we break it down into the two programs that we have, which is Administration Program 1, that program has achieved 29% of their targets, whereas 71%, which is 5, have not been achieved. The program number 2, the targets that were achieved were 9, translating to 69%, and the unachieved targets were 4, which translates to 31%. I need to, just before we get to the next slide, just also highlight at a high level, just the performance challenges that we were faced with as an institution that you would see in the coming slides that inclement weather, especially the high volumes of rain in quarter 3, affected some of the targets to be achieved, and project delays. Honorable Helm has mentioned it in the previous session that community disputes that sometimes translate into protests in the beneficiary communities also severely impacted the the implementation of the project. And that which is open knowledge to all of us is that RAL is also under a phase of organizational transition, especially from quarter 2 up to quarter 3, that also placed certain strains on operational efficiencies. But with the interventions, especially from Honorable NEC and the colleagues from the department, despite those challenges, we have been able to see dividends from the interventions and also corrective measures. So these are evident in some of the targets that I'm going to focus on that are basically not achieved. The first one is the number of square meters of surface roads rehabilitated. That is our rehabilitation program, where we have realized that projects which were earmarked to contribute towards that quarter did not progress as planned due to cash flow challenges experienced and by the contractors because of, among the others, overcommitment. I will go to the target that was also not achieved, that is kilometers of gravel roads upgraded to surface, that we have missed it by 3, where projects that were earmarked also were affected by the same challenge, Honorable Chair. I'll move on to the next target that was not achieved, which is that of re-graveling. And in quarter 2, one of the key projects there was the one of re-graveling, where the communities indicated that they did not want re-graveling, and that they wanted gravel tar. And that project was then moved to another community, which have accepted that project, which is around there. So that led to the underachievement in that quarter. I will move to the number of work opportunities created. The next slide. Thank you. Where we had a target of 1,152 work opportunities to create, and we managed to achieve 851, which was under the target. And this is attributed to the delay in implementation of the phase 4 quick win projects due to budgetary constraints. Honorable Chair, you will see that there's a common thread through the targets that we are not able to achieve, which is finance related. And that is on slide number 9, all the targets there were achieved. I will not go in detail on that, Honorable Chair. This is from this point onwards is where the Chief Financial Officer will take us through. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members, MEC and colleagues. In terms of the progress, financial progress, we started by just indicating the budget allocation for the year, which was 2.557 billion, and then also indicating the breakdown of that allocation in terms of the equitable share as well as the conditional grant, where 45% of the budget is allocated for equitable share and the remaining 55%, which is 1.4 billion, goes to conditional grant or PRMG. So then in terms of the expenditure for the year to date, at the end of quarter 2, we spent on the infrastructure budget allocation, which is 2.331 billion. We spent
1.182 billion of that budget will translate into 50% of the budget allocation for the year. We also showing the split in terms of how much of that went to the maintenance, and the other portion, which is 31%, went to the road upgrade. So although we're sitting at 50% in terms of the budget spending, that did not include the payables which we had at the beginning of the year, which were caused by overcommitment of the previous financial year. When we add that, our spending at the end of Q2 was sitting at 67%. So we also just highlighted the total commitment at the end of Q2, which was sitting at just over 3 billion. Then if you go to the next slide, in terms of admin, our administration budget is sitting at 226 million. The major part of that, which goes to the salaries at 60%, and at the end of Q2, our spending was actually sitting at 65% of the budget. And also, we highlighted the performance in terms of the supply chain management, where the plan was to procure 33 contracts, of which 11 relate to the administration, and the remaining 22 were for road infrastructure, and all the one for the infrastructure project were procured in Q2. Then if you can move on, so just this slide just indicate that we, as indicated earlier, that we spent 50% of the budget, but when we add the payables, which we had at the end of the previous financial year, which was 432 million. So our spending moved from 1.27 to 1.7 million, and our percentage goes to 67%, as explained earlier. Then if you go to the next slide, this slide basically showing equitable share with the specific emphasis on the earmark funding. So be able to see that within that there is 125 million on which we have not spent anything at the end of Q2, and also Musina Makabo SEZ. So, but some of those were actually dealt with through the budget adjustment during the mid-year budget adjustment, where it was envisaged that we will not be able to spend, especially the 125 million relating to ZCC interchange. But the other two earmark funding, which is infrastructure partnership for the steel bridge, as well as the Musina Makabo SEZ, there we going to spend the budget. Then if we go to the next slide, here we're showing the conditional grant, where it's made up of the road maintenance as well as the budget allocated for this season, which is 222 million, and we have not spent anything at the end of Q2, mainly because there was no request from Department of Defense in terms of the funds. But in Q3, there were certain requests that came through that you'll be able to see it as we progress with presentation. Then if you go to the next slide, here we're just indicating the value of projects or a road infrastructure project that have been constructed jointly by RAL and strategic partners. And since the inception of this program, we spent 1.475 billion, of which RAL contributed 850 million, and the strategic partners contributed 625.1 million. In the next slide, so we showing the progress in terms of addressing the audit action plan. So we'll be able to see that what we try to do with our audit action plan is to make sure that we include any unresolved audit findings of the previous financial years. So in 2024 financial year, we had a total of 34 findings, and we carried over other ones from the previous financial year, which increased our findings in total to 67. At the end of Q2, we're sitting at 22%. And most of the areas there, you'll be able to see that we have got human resource as well as the engineering, which is, we can call it the project operations. So those account for major portion of our findings. And in terms of the engineering, this relates to the project, long outstanding project that we have been undertaking and they are taking on to be completed. And most of the findings related to that will only be resolved once the project has been completed. And some of those projects are still ongoing and some were actually put on hold with the plan to resume them soon. And on the HR related matter, we also had issues relating to the policies, and there were also many other challenges that came and which we are busy trying to address them, but the progress is actually a little bit slow. So, but maybe I can just indicate on the finance one to say that because that will have direct impact on the financial statement that will be submitted for the audit, we have made good progress, especially in quarter 3 of the financial year, which we'll be able to see as I'll be presenting that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Proceed to the next one.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We proceed to the report on quarter 3 that I will also summarize by going straight to the slide that has got the overall performance of the targets and the summaries thereof. In this quarter, the overall performance rate, the achievement there was 10 targets, which translates to 53%, whereas 47% were the non-achieved of 9 targets. And if we break it down to the 2 programs, Program 1, which is administration, had achieved 2 and not achieved 4. The achievement rate there was 33%. The Program 2, the targets achieved were 8 and those unachieved were 5. And that translates to 62% of achievement and 38% of non-achieved targets there, Chairperson. I will go to the detailed account on the targets themselves by focusing on those that were not achieved. The first target that was not achieved is that of rehabilitation, which we had a underachievement there, as you can see the figures, 207,000, and the project that came up for quarter 3 were not able to be implemented as planned, Chairperson, as they were put on hold during that period of quarter 3. And the second one that was not achieved there is with the surfaced roads to be resurfaced. The reason for the variance is exactly the same as the one that I have previously mentioned. The gravel roads upgrading part, that was achieved, Chairperson. The number of bridges we were able to achieve, and the number of gravel roads re-gravelled. This was a target that was earmarked for quarter 2. And because we were not able to achieve it in quarter 2, it was then brought over to quarter 3, which we were able to conclude in quarter 3. We have achieved on slide 7 the target on our social target, that is full-time equivalent jobs created, the amount spent on employing laborers on the projects. On slide 8, the target that we were not able to achieve there is the number of work opportunities created. And as in quarter 2, that we had delays in implementation of phase 4 of the quick wins projects due to budgetary constraint, and that brought the number down. I will go to slide number 9 to look at the non-achieved, which is what Honorable Lemoho also mentioned in the previous session with regard to the number of persons with disabilities employed. We have underachieved there by 3. The target was 20, and we were able to achieve the employment of 70 of laborers. And part of the challenge that we experienced here in particular was that some of the contractors were not able to provide the relevant portfolio of evidence to corroborate the employees that they claimed that were people with disabilities. SMEs contracted. We have also fell short there, and the main reason there was that some of the contractors failed to submit the reports, as the payment to the beneficiaries were not paid on time, and the reports could not be generated without a portfolio of evidence. Chair, I also perhaps, before handing over to the CFO to do the financial part, just highlight some of the measures that we look at in implementing interventions in order to deal with these problems. First is that a recovery plan was put together in order for us to recover the targets that we have missed in Q2 and Q3 due to transitional challenges. And that plan is accelerated in Q4 in order for us to make up for the lost targets. And the other part is that the MEC Stakeholder Tuesdays had really a remarkable value in resolving some of the community disputes that affect project implementation, and RAL is part of those engagements with communities. Projects that were rejected by communities, we have mentioned that where communities had a need, we had an opportunity to move projects in order to accelerate progress. But what is also important is with regard to the AGSA findings, that the accounting authority has a standing program, a weekly program, in order to accelerate the achievement of the resolving those findings on a weekly basis, sitting with the CFO and the other relevant colleagues. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll hand over to the CFO to conclude the financial part.
Morning once again. In terms of finance in Q3, we just highlighting that our budget was adjusted from 2.557 billion to 2.895 billion, which is an increase of 338 million. And then if we go to the next paragraph, then we highlighting the expenditure for the year to date, where it was sitting at 1.686 billion, which is 63% of the budget. And when we add the payables, it takes that to 86%. So also our commitment went down from previously in Q2 it was sitting at just over 3 billion, now it went to 2.624, mainly because we're spending but not making new procurements. Then when we go to the admin side, our budget, we reduce our budget of 226 million by 4 million to 222 million, because we're looking at the spending for the year to date. And at the end of Q3, our expenditure was sitting at 143 million, which translates into, actually it's not 39%, it's 65% of admin budget for the year. So in terms of the planned procurements, it was also, our procurement plan was also updated, and we added other projects, including one additional admin project in that. But in terms of what we have been able to procure is sitting at 22 infrastructure project, and overall we sitting with the 154 contracts, but most of them are at the very close stage, at the end stage of their program. So here we just showing again that when we get different categories of our spending, we have got conditional grant and equitable share, where we're sitting at 71%. When we add a payable of 132 million, that increase our spending to 87% or 2.4 billion. So when we go to the next section, here is where we're showing various sections that have been affected in term during the mid-year budget adjustment. Initial budget was sitting at 1.1 billion. It went to, on the equitable share, it went to 1.487 billion. And the one area that has been affected a lot is the ZCC interchange, where the budget was moved from current financial year to the next financial year because the performance was low. And there was also increase in the road infrastructure, where it went up from allocation of 100 million to 756 to deal with the challenges that we had. So in terms of, we also made other payments relating to the, there were also other adjustments relating to the Wele Seaway as well as the bridge. And those were also meant to deal with the challenges that we had. And we already spent the entire amount allocated for the steel bridge, which we received during the mid-year budget adjustment. I think this one is the repetition of the previous one. You can skip this slide. So also on the strategic partnership, there haven't been much change from quarter 2 to quarter 3. You can go straight to the progress in terms of resolving the audit findings. So in terms of resolving audit findings, in the quarter 2 we were sitting at 22%, then we went up to 36%. And most of the changes you'll be able to see that they happen within the supply chain as well as the finance and the asset management in particular, which is one area that we often have challenges on. So, but currently now we're sitting at 86%. We are still trying to resolve other findings, but as indicated earlier, we have also historic findings that some of them can only be resolved once the long outstanding project have been completed, and some of them are governance related issues, so which will be resolved as time progresses. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Now I invite the honorable members to have a bite in terms of raising questions or making comments. Honorable Leroy.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. We welcome the report, and in its format is very easy to interrogate it, because if you check on page 5, the poor condition of tar roads in the province necessitated a focus on maintenance, right? So it's an over-achievement, and yet you have on the same page where they speak about cash flow problems from contractors, and it's a recurring statement, which one doubts if indeed all these so many contractors have similar problems. Are the cash flow problems informed by the fact that sometimes the agencies are able to pay contractors or what? We on quarter 2, the input, if you check page 6, the output is so low, and I thought projects, initiatives such as the Fair Wednesday would have closed that gap. But the other thing is exposes our interaction with communities, because communities can't just see machines idling in the villages without clarity. Some of these communities are victims of political statements which led to over-commitments, financial obligations which cannot be achieved by this department, by the agency. And now we are stuck with that problem. 24,000 out of the targeted 148,000 is something, even if we were to engage communities, we must firstly identify among these communities which were meant or previously were promised proper roads in terms of tarring and so forth. You will note that in areas we need to add something on bridge maintenance also. Because if you check in Tawakubidu, those areas of Dinelton and Kwandeng and so forth, at one stage petitioners had together money to do some bridge, and there is a program of bridges with the military, the defense, which always consistently so is at zero the performance, yet our communities are suffering. If you go to Tutalala in Ampatele, they were promised a bridge long ago, 2012, yet the money is idling there, and no one is bothered to work on that. We demand that those communities must be attended, and many other communities which were not mentioned. Regraveling is a costly exercise, of course it helps temporarily. But if you are promised a road since 2012, and time and again you just see regraveling, you will have to revolve, honestly. So there must be a way to deal with these communities and ensure that we achieve. 24,000, it means we have a big problem in our communities. The entire province rejected the project of regraveling. So that's a lot. Quickly, when you check, I think we spoke to issues of, I see overachievement on hiring. We touched on the hiring procedure with the MEC, agreed that they will make sure that they tighten the process to include all South Africans, not politically aligned. But what are the financial implications of overachieving on hiring? Because perhaps you have set up 5 million and then you end up spending 7 million. What are the implications of that in terms of the whole budget? And given that we are still underperforming here on those numbers. And there is something very interesting on page 8, Chair. Overachievement on payment of SMMEs, maybe and subcontractors, if that can be clarified. Because their target was at 32.79, then they overachieved at 35.75. We are speaking about money. Maybe they can simplify it to us as in when they will be clarifying these matters, because most of these things they raise cost questions. How do you overachieve on paying people? And then there is a program of contractors with NetBank which has been delayed. NetBank verifying, it's a story about NetBank verifying contractors, general contractors and so forth. We may need clarity on that. Quickly, Chair, still on the same report, poor performance on road maintenance. And then if you check the budget there, the budget is almost exhausted, but the outcomes are still at the lowest, 44%. So where did this money go? Because if you are at 44% of the budget, of the actual work done, and I think there is confusion there which they will have to clarify us. The road from Masha to Jinfes is badly damaged, and these are some of the initiatives which will be attended by road maintenance and so forth. Yet there is no performance. I don't know what is happening. And that means we will have to be harder on the agency when it comes to those issues, because all underperformances, they are not less than 90%, most of them. And you will find few at 72 and so forth. I think I spoke on the program of the bridges, is still there at page 14. We want to see the defense helping the department. Those initiatives must be activated, given the floods which wiped most of the bridges. If you go to Chairperson, that road we visited in Bedrichat, in Makado, you go down there, the bridge that connects Vivo and that community has collapsed. And we need a list of roads where you have done partnership and their progress thereof. Because when you go down there on the report, some of those roads, I think few have been mentioned, they are even in a legal process. Some stakeholders who committed have altered the contribution. What is the cost of that? And why is, I think this one we have applied to previously on use of property. There are 930 million irregular expenditure or over expenditure is something which must be broken down to this house to know what is that we're dealing with, what is the cost, why is the figure growing, and we still underperform on financial management, Chairperson. If you go to, I think there's 1.4 on the page 7 of 23, the other report, I think we are just asking and we close the matter. Which weaknesses were not rectified is very important because AGSA report weaknesses rectified 35%, 22% rectified, so 13% was not attended to. So we need them to be mentioned one, because you may find those are the key issues. If we just give percentage without mentioning which one exactly, we are going to leave here and come next meeting or next year, the same problem. And as I summarize, do you want to tell me, like, you don't have plans for bridges here? Bridges completed, nothing, not targeted. You want to tell me that you have exhausted all communities without bridges? And so forth. No. You need to have targets on bridges because our communities are still struggling to connect when we are in rainy season and so forth. So it can't be true that you come as a department, you have zero target on bridges. You need to find a way in your budget to quickly include the bridges. I've already mentioned the communities, including those in Halale and Sikukuni. We don't have bridges, they need your help. I think we appreciate the report in its format, but a lot of work is not being done. If you go to where they've listed the roads, I think it should be page 11 as we move towards the end. On road, item project number T866A, where the strategic partner is Anglo-American. No, the one above, site and over, no, the one above, yes. RAL requested additional fund from strategic partner to complete work because of stoppages by community and all that. You know, we're going to lose partners if we don't tighten the way we work with communities. Because those strategic partners won't tolerate project being stopped and it affects their planning and budget. And we have a lot of projects here, like the one on top, where lawyers are involved. We may need to know how much is being spent on legal fees, on abandoned roads, and halted projects and so forth. Because, as I conclude, Chairperson, there is a matter of, I think it's Agatha Road or so forth, where the department also is ordered to pay by court 44 million, and in both the deposits, the previous one and this one, there was no mention of anything of that nature where so much money of public funds, perhaps it belongs to the previous report, but it's important to get an indication of what is happening with that matter, as the department will be dealing with issues of Sekororo roads and the one from Tikomas and the Tromela to Tromela Road and so forth. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you. Those for the honorable.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. Just a few comments. The first one is, if I look, it's Q2. I'm speaking about Q2. It seems to me there is no clear correlation between the SME payment and the performance. Because if we look at the report, then we say that the SME's payment is 109%, while the rehabilitation 40, gravel 60. It's only resurfacing that it's 110. So there seems to be just a misalignment between those, and I would really like us to just get some clarity on that. Where is the money going? Because it doesn't seem as if it's going into the actual work that is being done. Then I think we must just get clarity especially on SANRAL. I'm still a little bit worried about the roads that is allocated to SANRAL because there's a lot of confusion. Honourable Member mentioned the one from Sekororo to Canis. There also seems to be a problem with the allocation of numbers. And you remember that I've asked over and over again, can we please get the numbers of the roads from the SANRAL roads, the RAL roads and the department roads. Because I think this one, between Sekororo and Canis, there's a problem of misnumbering. Or I think there's a misconception. Because there are actually two roads. The one road from Sekororo goes on the D21, past Balloon to Ofkulaku. That road is upgraded, it's beautiful. I think that's a RAL road. Well done, very well done. But then there's a different road. If you go into Balloon and you go up in the mountain, you go through the mountain to Canis, that's a gravel road. It's a very bad road. So I'm not sure what we're talking about here. So we need to get the numbers straight so that we know which road we are actually talking about. And if we, for example, see the 1 billion rand that was earmarked for the road R516, that's the one from Bella Bella to Tabazimbi. We need to know if RAL do these big projects. Because this is a SANRAL road, and it's the first time I notice it. So we must get a list of saying, this is the SANRAL roads, this is the RAL roads, this is the department roads. Because otherwise we get so confused that we really don't know what we're talking about, and that can become a problem. Then my next question is, when can we expect the stability in RAL leadership? You know, RAL is not a new entity, and the performance is really not good. So we need to get stability here. And my question also is the cost of this litigation between the department and the previous CEO. So my question is, the lawyers were supposed to say, why don't we just go into mediation? Let's not litigate. Because as far as I know, many millions have been spent. Now I understand the frustration of a new political leadership and an entity. I understand. We are all humans. I understand that. But it's still taxpayers' money. So we need to know what was the physical cost, not only of the litigation and also the settlement, because I realize there must be a golden handshake. Otherwise he would not have accepted the settlement. That's logical, isn't it? So we need to get those figures so that we know what it was, as it is taxpayers' money. Then the audit findings, we have asked over and over again, please bring us a list of the audit findings so that we can, don't just tell me it's 10. Doesn't help. We need to know exactly what it is. And if you look at the audit findings, the irregular expenditure is a big one. So we still need to make sure that we find a way to resolve this, because this can't continue. We have to find a way to stop this. If we need to assist, I don't know, Chairperson, but this must stop. Because it's keep on growing and it's completely out of hand. So I ask that we please make sure that we really look into that and make sure that we understand that. Then, if I look at the report that was presented on the screen, it was number 5. When I see the planned interventions, and I've seen 2 items, but the planned intervention is exactly the same, then I'm worried. Because it looks like cut and paste. So we must be careful not to just cut and paste, but to give us the real reasons. Because it's most highly unlikely that 2 completely different items will have exactly the same planned intervention. Unless I'm wrong, that is also wrong. It's also possible. Then on page 6, it was said the number of square meters of gravel has been gravelled, and then there was problems in Lower, and then we said the project moved towards other communities. I need to know which ones, so that we can also give feedback. Because remember, we receive all the complaints sometimes, or a lot of complaints. And if a community complains to me about X road, and I can say, no, wait, RAL is coming. It's just that there's a little bit of a delay in time. But if we don't know that, then for me it's a problem. And the problem of payments of the people that is working, our labourers and the subcontractors, we still need to find a way to resolve that issue. Because remember at Lamana that was a problem, remember at that R522 that's a problem. And maybe the project managers must assist, I don't know who must assist, but that one we really have to resolve. Because you remember on 522 now there's a completely complicated process of who's going to pay them. Because it's long overdue. And that will affect eventually the way we manage the money that we get. If we then look on, oh, there's no slide, but quarter two financial performance, we really need to do better. RAL is a critical instrument to alleviate poverty and create jobs. It's for me one of the most important entities in our province. So we have to make sure that our RAL must function optimally. It must be the flagship in this province. I really want to see RAL on top as the best with the department, and I know it can be. So let's look at that. Then if we look at my last question, the strategic partnerships, if I look at the different lists from the different quarters, it seems to me there's little movement. So I just need the comment, why are we battling with these strategic partners? What is wrong? Is our contracts not right? Is our agreements not in place? And why don't we get new ones if the list is just the same all the time? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chapo?
Thanks very much, Chair. Mine is on page 5. Let me first appreciate the report by RAL. And my question here is that I can see that there were indicators that were not achieved in quarter 3, and the reason for that is that there were no funds available, and they are saying that they are going to make sure that before they appoint, they will make sure that there are funds available. So my question here is that communities are waiting for this project, and there are issues internally that appointment was done wrongfully. So then, are the communities aware of this? Because Chairperson, you bear with me that each and every project that goes to the community, there will be a community engagement. So then here we are here in the boardrooms and we are saying that there are no funds and there were expectations, Chair. And my question is that do they know? Because if these people don't know, there will be unrest, Chairperson. That is where we will find that communities will be hiring buses to the NGO's office. And I can see that the target was the quarter 3 target was 398,750, and the output is 207,708, of which the number of square meters outstanding there, it's a lot. So my question is that are there any communications done to those communities that because of the budget and things were not planned, and those that planned without having that budget, without the money, they are the ones that are wrong. And the communities are innocent down there. So my concern here is community.
Okay. Let me straight to the MEC to respond to the issues as raised by honorable members.
No, thanks very much. Let's appreciate questions raised by honorable members. And some of the response, Chair, in particular on RAL, will also make us to overlap to 4.2, so that they will run concurrently, because the questions that were raised nearby especially by Honorable will then touch on that. Chair, I think we all agree that we are having problems like that. We have also said when we were presenting, and Honorable is also agreeing with me that there are issues, and all of us, we need RAL to be one of the best entities in the province, as it's one of the critical entities that responds directly to service delivery, the needs of our people. Because everyone is that here, when you go out of your house, you need the road to survive. So there are challenges, we are all agreeing that there are challenges. And if there are challenges, then it means that we need to, as the leadership, we need to have a way of making sure that we resolve those challenges. And in resolving challenges, obviously there are a lot of things that will happen. Some will be negative, some will be positive. But at the end of the day, we want all of us to see the end results of making sure that RAL go back to its former glory, and then be able to deliver services to our people. I'm saying that, Chair, because there are a lot of issues that has been happening at the entity, and as the current leadership, we are responding and also dealing with those particular issues. Issues that led the department or the entity having to overcommit more than 1.3 billion, which we have been saying here, and that is not our calculations as the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. That was the report as presented by Treasury, Provincial Treasury, to ESCO of the Limpopo Provincial, the 1.3 billion overcommit. It's not MEC for Public Works, not Infrastructure, together with the team RAL and team Public Works, is the report that we received from the Department of Public Works. Yes, we all know that according to AG, there is a regular expenditure there at the entity of over 8 billion. That we are dealing. So there are challenges, and we are all accepting that there are challenges. And the issue here, Honorable Helm, that I think I will have to clear here, especially on the issue of legal fees. There was a media, I can say, media headline that was misleading, about 15 million and all. There's no such. The budget for legal services of RAL is only 10 million. And up to so far, we've only used 1.7 million. By the way, to defend ourselves as the department in RAL, we have not taken anyone to court ourselves. We're defending the court case that was brought to us by the CEO of RAL. And now currently, as I'm speaking, there's a settlement that has been reached after negotiation. And that settlement, Honorable Helm, is for the benefit and the interest of the people of this province. So we can say it here without any fear of contradiction that the settlement that we have made with the former city is for the benefit of the people of this province. To then allow RAL to focus on its mandate of delivering services to our people, and also the former CEO to then continue with his life, and then we close this matter. It's for the benefit of the people of this province. At the right time, when the calculations are there on what has happened on the settlement, we will then come back and report to the committee. But the fact of the matter is that the settlement was for the benefit of the people of this province. Because for us to be defending ourselves there and all that, it's not working. It also defocuses us to then perform our duties there, which is to give our people services. So I think that for now, let me just pause there. Maybe I'll come back again on the status of the board. But the fact of the matter is that we are dealing with issues, serious issues that I think everyone can see for himself here, that there were issues. We are on top of the issues, working together with colleagues. I can tell you now that the morale of workers there at the end is back, and they are all ready to work for the people of this province, and it's all what we need. There is a plan for bridges, and I agree with the committee here that we need to have a target. There are a lot of bridges, the Honorable Lebo, that has collapsed in the province, and we really need to deal with the issues. But the other challenge that we had was that the Welisizwe project, the monies for Welisizwe were used for other things. So those are some of the issues that we settled. We also agree and accept that it was not business as usual, especially on issues of partnerships. Things were not going well there. We're accepting. That is why now the MEC, together with the leadership of RAL currently, the acting HOD, the acting AA and acting CEO in particular, since the mining industry, we're trying by all means to then revive the relationship with our partnerships, because there are a lot of cases where partnerships, monies were used for other things rather than what they were supposed to do. So those are some of the issues that we have, but we're trying our level best to revive that particular relationship with the partnerships, and I think we're coming all right, because these mines are coming on board. They have accepted that things have not done well in the past, but we're at the process of making sure that we deal and close all that has happened there. On the issue of maintenance, that is why I have taken a decision to then allow RAL to focus on issue of upgrading our roads from gravel to tar. Actually, that was its mandate when it was formed, to deal with upgrading our roads from gravel to tar. Maintenance was solely dealt with by the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, until when the decision was taken to take maintenance to RAL. So now I've taken a decision, and it's already implemented through Treasury, to then bring back maintenance back to the public works, so that there is accountability on maintenance of our roads. So that when we are asked here by the committee and the people of this province what they feel done with maintaining this road, D4045, for example, will be able to take responsibility as the department, then stop this thing of then pointing fingers on each other. So we are going to solely deal with maintenance, and now it comes at the right time where we are trying by all means to strengthen the internal capacity of the department. There are teams that were hired of road workers that will be on the roads every day to deal with the patching of potholes, and then to deal with the edges of our roads and maintenance at large on our roads. On issue of SANRAL, Honorable the numbering that you are talking about, we are aware of it. And, we are working together with the sister departments to deal with this particular confusion. But the fact of the matter, Honorable and Honorable members, here is that our people on the ground don't care whether the road is SANRAL, provincial road, or they don't even care. What they need is services. They want their road to be fixed if it has issues of potholes and others. So we are trying by all means through the DDM, District Development Model, where the President said to us that we need to work together as all spheres of government to make sure that we can then have a well-coordinated program of delivering our services to our people. So we are trying by all means to work together with Central and our local municipalities, and we have agreed that where we think that these roads need to be devolved to us, we will write to them and they are ready to devolve those roads to us. Same thing applies to us, that there are roads that we requested them to then assist us because we don't have capacity in terms of resources, and they have agreed. And that the list of the roads, I think if it's needed by the committee, will be able to avail it and submit to the committee. So I think, or the other issue was of overachievement raised by Honourable Member, Honourable Lebo, on SMMEs. I think I'm agreeing with you, like we have agreed earlier on, where we said we need to then capacitate our small business and those upcoming entrepreneurs. So if we are overachieving here, I should think that we need to be able, because like we said earlier on issue of finishers and all that we need to then see as capacitating our small and medium enterprises. So on this one, I think we need to take hands here that we are doing very well in terms of empowering our SMMEs in the province, and we are going to continue doing that. But also, we need to talk to unemployment in the province. The issue of regraveling, comrades, I think that this came up as a result of the 66% that we said we have here in the province, which is unpaid. So out of 21,000 something kilometers, only 8,000 something of kilometers is paved, which in simple terms are heavy tar road. The 66%, which is more than 30,000, is unpaid. So seated here, all of us, we know that we need more than 300 billion. So we can't have that money today. So that is why we came up with the Wednesday program, Chair. As I request the committee that at some point we need to move, because we have to go to one community there that we promised them to be there by 12, but also are here in an important session. But we'll change them later. So the program is assisting us in terms of regraveling and blading our roads in the province. Currently, as I'm speaking, there are our teams all over the province. I was just sent here by the Chief Director roles that our team is also working very hard on the ground there. On the D1589 Daibosh, they are busy working that side. While I'll be here at Silicon, the other team is busy there. So this is the work that we're doing, is that in the meantime, when we don't have money for these tar roads, but can our roads be drivable? Roads leading to our schools, our traditional authorities, our health centers and all that. So that's the work that we're doing through the Care. And I can tell you that that program is having a very big impact on the ground, especially to our communities. Our communities have accepted that government does not have enough resources now that they can have tar roads. That is why through the Care we are able to blade those particular roads, and we are going to intensify that program because we are using our own internal fleet, our yellow fleet, our own internal staff to then execute our work on that particular program. So the program is going very well, and our communities are receiving it very well, but that does not make us not to plan for them to have tar roads. That's the long-term plan, and the short-term plan in the main is to make sure that their roads are drivable as and when we are waiting for the monies to then upgrade that roads from drivable to tar. So I think, Chair, I managed to clarify some of the issues, or if not all the issues, unless there is any comment, follow-up.
No, yes, thank you very much, MEC, for for the response. Maybe before I take and from honorable members who make follow-up. In one of our meetings, the MEC, if you remember, when we actually responding to the issue of overcommitment, we did the overcommitment, we did indicate that we have actually as the department instituted forensic investigation. So as the portfolio committee, we want to get a progress report regarding that, and also to appreciate that it was indicated that really RAL is in an organizational transition plan, which means that from time to time will be giving us an update as we interface with the department and RAL. And also appreciating if all documents could be like this one. Well appreciated the MEC, the packaging and the way the presentation will flow with you. You are able to see, you are able to follow. If you like, keep it up. Yes. Honorable, you raise your hand. Oh, yes,
Yeah.
you go, and then Honorable, you are okay.
Yeah, thanks, Chairperson. I just wanted to check at what stage, because isn't it that there is a planning phase? So we're going to do the road from London Road to Maroe, right? Or Mariwan. So I want to know, at what stage does the department feel that there is a need to hand over the road to the next agency? What are the trigger effects? Is it because budget is exhausted, or there was mismanagement, or what? Because the department, if the road is on their list, they must continue with it. Handing it over to another body becomes problematic, because we don't get a thorough, clear report of saying this was the cost. There is a contract on site, budget and all that, unless if those roads which are handed over to Sandra are part of the over commitments and so forth. But also, I think RAL is also engaged on responding to disaster which we face now, and they did not touch on anything on that, which will request speedy process to help our communities in terms of replying to the damage caused by the floods. There was no reply on the net bank issue. Maybe I must clarify. Is the issue which is withholding accreditation of these emerging contractors in terms of their CITB and so forth. Why is NetBank verifying them or taking time to verify them? Because at the end of the day, you will have the same people who are doing today complaining to the department about non-compliance or regulatory bodies today, any other thing. I'm interested why the banking particular is holding that process. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, Chairperson, just the need for the program of the Diggerere project, because communities call us about gravel roads. Now, if I have a program, I can say, be careful, just relax, it's coming. But if we don't have that, then we don't know. And the reason why the numbers are so important is exactly the same reason. Just the other day, somebody called me and said the Witkoppen Road. I don't know it, but if you give me a number, then I can go and look. But if I haven't got the original list of which roads are called a certain number, then I have no idea. So it will be really very helpful for us that all of us that receive all the complaints, if we can have a list of the numbers. Thank you.
Over to you, MEC.
No, thanks. It's just on the contracted development to say that the national government has appointed NetBank to do the vetting of those that are supposed to participate there. But to say that we have now appointed, hence earlier I was saying under district coordination, that one target that we could not reach or meet or achieve, it was on contracted development. But this week we have appointed those contractors, but the NetBank has been contracted by the national department on that process.
Yeah, lastly, I can just say other comments have been
No, the forensic audit actually how far are you?
Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. We are finished with the evaluation and the application process is almost done. Probably by next week, we will announce the result.
By next week, but let me emphasize that the forensic was as per instruction of ESCO, so there's no way that it won't be implemented. It's an ESCO decision of provincial government for it to find out what happened for us to overcommit and other issues.
I think we must agree that we have exhausted the item 4.2. And then, quarter 3. Well, that was quarter 2. Okay, quarter 3. You have questions? Quarter 3. Honorable.
Thank you, Chairperson. Very short. It's not many because we've already done a lot of questions. What I'm asking is, in quarter 3, it said the entity plan to acquire 34 contracts, comprising 12 admin contracts and 22 related, and then it said, overall, the entity currently manages 454 contracts. I went on the website, I don't get that. Can we please get a list? So I went on the website, I've really tried to search all the options on the RAL website. I couldn't get to the 454 projects. So if we can get the list, that would be really good. Yeah, that's the only question I have.
What do you have anything?
No, thanks, Chair. We'll avail that list. They will have to wait for it.
Thank you.
Okay, now officially we go.
I think on the same report, you will see that partners are changing their mind along the way of project implementation. The MEC must zoom into that space because we must check because these are mines. Are this project linked to their corporate social responsibility, or they were trying to do what? How do you then abandon a project halfway? Or only supposed to be implemented? Already seen the developmental agreements. I see that there is the one of Kudiscope and there is another one in Northern and so forth. So the MEC must zoom into that and engage those partners. We don't want people who do lip service for malicious compliance and then they go back. This is going to cause a serious problem on the performance of the department. Thanks.
No, I think I'm agreeing with Honorable Bob, and like I said, the forensic, one of the issues that they are going to be looking at is the monies that were coming from partnership money. Actually, Honorable Bob, it's not the preliminary investigation that we have done ourselves. It's not the partners who actually have problems, because partners are coming to help us. It's us who dropped the ball on the way. Like I was saying, the resources or monies that we were getting from partnership, we have used them for other things. If we have to use money for other things, it can be a problem of the partner. Because these partners actually, they are not forced to, many of them, they are not forced to help us. It's us who are saying to them, oh no, you are within this community of Amalekana and you are doing work here. And this road we are sharing with you and your trucks and all that. So like them, the steel bridge. The steel bridge is going very well. There were no issues. There were 8 mines that came together with us as RAL. They put money on the table and then we were able to finish that bridge. That I think very soon we'll invite the committee to go together to open that particular bridge, the historic bridge, heritage bridge that has been revived on that side. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Then we conclude, that's how we conclude session 2. Then I don't know, my proposal was that we proceed with session 3. And then we conclude, then we close our meeting. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, We are proceeding to session 3, open 3 briefing by the Department on outstanding matters, deadline, oversight visit that we undertook on the 19th to 20th February 2025. MEC.
No, thanks. HOD. Thank you very much once more, Honorable Chair and Honorable members or Honorable MEC. This is the report on the recommendations of the committee after we visited projects in the Vembe district from the 19th to the 20th of September. And that is then the purpose of this report, to then talk to the recommendations which were made by the committee during that oversight visit. In terms of the background of the report, that the Portfolio Committee on Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure had its oversight project visit in the Vembe district, 19th and 20th of February 2025. And the committee visited a total of 7 sites. And that is Manenu, Traffic College, Makado, Road Coast. I think that is the center, our cost center. Skumansdal Museum, R522, that was implemented by RAL, and site 5, that is those roads there, also that were visited, D3727, D879 and D1356, and Lemana College and D4 Road N1 to Fontaine to Elim, Leham Mashau. And the committee has recommended as follows. On the first one, it was on the Makado Road Coast Center. That workers at the Makado Coast Center should relocate from the cost center to the departmental failure to adhere to occupational health and safety measures. And the cost center has hazardous working conditions for officials, and this is regarded by the committee as unacceptable. And the following are cited as examples of poor working conditions there. Water scarcity, internal connections, poor maintenance, and of the buildings and also the surrounding areas. Now, in terms of our feedback, Honorable Chair, the department has since facilitated the relocation of officials from Makado Road Cost Center to the nearby Makado Building Cost Center. The Makado Building Cost Center has sufficient offices, ablution facilities, showers and change rooms, and relevant facilities to accommodate officials from the Makado Road Cost Center in line with OHS prescripts, and that the department is using in-house building infrastructure maintenance teams to relocate the officials to identified offices, and thus then we don't have any financial implications there. And the department will decide on future plans relating to the closed Makado Road Cost Center, given the work that is supposed to be done there. And I think the honorable members were able to see that we need a totally new structure in the area. And that will then be shared with the committee in terms of those developments there. On the Limpopo Traffic College in the Vembe district, Manenu Traffic College, and the recommendation by the committee was that the department should facilitate the termination of the contractor before the end of February 2025, and that a report with recommendations should be submitted to the committee before the end of March 2025, and that the department should further facilitate blacklisting of the contractor due to labor and professional laws violation, that the damaged graves should be repaired, taking into consideration the issues around cultural sensitivity. And I will respond, and just the project background information is that the contractor is Palalang Business Enterprise, and the contract amount is 33.4 million, and the expenditure to date is 3.4 million, and the site handover was handed on the 14th of June 2023, and the contractual practical completion, my apology, was supposed to be in July 2025, and we have only spent only 3.5 million now for the project. Then we're having that balance of 30.3 million. And the progress on site in terms of the work that has been done, we are at 22% there. And the detailed report is as follows. The contract was awarded on the 24th of February 2023, as already was spoken to there. To the amount of 33.4 million, including VAT. And this contract amount was 20% less than the cost estimate of 41 million. That means there was an element of undercoating. The department noticed that this potential risk of underpricing by the contractor during tender evaluation, and as a result, this matter was communicated to the contractor. Because normally when we advertise and the contractor undercoat, we then write to the contractor so that they are able then to give that commitment that they will still be able to implement within that price. Given that supply chain management processes do not allow for disqualification of bidders based on price, the department risk mitigation strategy was to inform the contractor of the underpricing, and the contractor responded that their price was in order and that the department should proceed and evaluate the bid, and the letters are attached to the report. The site was handed over to the contractor, Palalang Business Enterprise, on the 14th of June 2023. And following that handover, the contractor was required to commence with works and proceed with the due skill, diligence and regularity, and expedite the process. And the contractor was, however, failed to implement the project as required, and was then issued with several notices of default in terms of the conditions of the contract. And we have attached here a notice of default on the 18th of September 2023 as Annexure B1, as we then issued the first notice of default to the contractor due to failure to prepare and execute the works with due diligence and failure to comply with construction regulations. And again, on 12th October 2023, a second notice of default was issued due to failure by the contractor to remedy the default referred to in the notice that is attached as Annexure B2. And the department issued an intention for the termination of the contract on the 12th of January 2024 due to the contractor remaining in default with regard to slow progress and poor quality work on site. And the letter is attached as Annexure C. And instructions were also issued by the civil and structural engineer regarding concrete columns that were out of position. And during the month of July 2024, the performance of the contractor was evaluated, and the process confirmed that the contractor was failing to implement the remedial works and also to proceed with due diligence. During August 2024, the department considered options such as termination of the contract or giving the contractor another opportunity, and resolve on an option to give the contractor a final opportunity to remedy the situation on site. And an intervention meeting was held on site on the 15th of August 2024, and this was to assist the contractor to recover or catch up with the time lost on the project and to effect corrections as per instructions issued. And further meetings were held on site and at the office of the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. And despite all this effort, the project showed very little signs of improvement in both quality and the recovery of lost time. Set milestones could not be achieved by the contractor, including the provision and submission of the following: that the revised program, the procurement plan, catch-up plan, quality management plan, as well as qualifications of the competent personnel, and the contractor failed to provide those requested documents. On the intervention meeting of the 21st October 2024, the contractor was given up to the end of November 2024 to attend to all the above, including correcting all the condemned works, deploying competent key personnel on site, and catch up plans with the expenditure projections, and failure of which the process for termination of contract will be embarked upon against again as previously contemplated. On the 12th December of 2024, the department received a letter from the principal agent, that is Cubic Professional Consultant, and they were attached that recommending the termination of the contract with Palalang Business Enterprise, and this was after conducting their performance evaluation based on resolutions of the meeting of the 21st of October, including the following: failure to proceed with due diligence as per the revised program, catch-up plan, resulting in failure to spend the allocated budget by the client department. And during January to February 2025, the department commenced with the process of termination of the contract due to poor performance by the contractor, despite the second and final opportunity afforded to rectify the default on site. Progress on site is way behind schedule, and to date the expenditure is at 3.4 or 3.5 million, and which is just 10% of the contract amount against the 82% time that has lapsed, and the physical progress is 22% against the planned progress of 85% as per the PSP report of 18 February 2025. The steel structure has been disapproved due to the misalignment of steel columns, rafters, and the palings, and the annexure is also attached, and the brickwork was also affected by the above and has since been disapproved, attached as annexure F3, and the termination process is underway and expected to be concluded by the 7th of March 2025, and that has since been done, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. And the department will then commence with the process for the procurement of a replacement contractor to complete the project. Now, this is the action plan upon the conclusion on the termination process, that the final account and close-out report will be completed by the end of March, and documentation completed and ready for tender by April 2025 or the end of April, and bid specification and criteria approved by 10 May 2025, and the new contractor with all those processes that is appointed by the 30 June 2025 to replace the current contractor, honorable members. The department has noted the recommendation by the committee regarding the damaged graves, and that the matter is also receiving attention now. On Schoemansdal Museum, they say the committee has recommended that the Schoemansdal Museum requires structural assessment, roof repairs, smoke sensor functionality, and caretaker training. I mean, it was around issues of the generator operation there, alongside addressing miscommunication between departments and contractor accountability for defects. And then our feedback here and the progress to date is that the status report on the upgrade of infrastructure for the Schoemansdal Museum Makado, it is as follows. That is Shuluba Shamina project, and the contract amount was around 37.2 million, and the final account value 44 million. And this is due to those two variation orders that are there. And the site was handed over 15 April 2021, and contract period for 24 months. The practical completion date was the 31st of March 2023, and the works completion date, the actual there, 3 August 2023. The final date was 12 August 2023, and the final completion date 8 November, revised 8 November 2023. And just maybe as a background on this information or this project, the Limpopo Department of Public Works and Infrastructure managed the project's implementation, which has been delegated to professional service providers commencing in 2019, when it was visited in February 2025 by the Honorable Committee or Portfolio Committee. The building's current condition was depicted as on that picture. If it was a color, it was going to be better. The soil condition on the site for the building was composed of the loamy clay soil being excavated and replaced by filling in the GC gravel material over the oversight to form a platform, watered and compacted in 150 millimeter thick layers until the required level is achieved. Now, on the foundation cracks were observed during the February inspection or visit. This is likely due to overall structure settlement resulting from significant rainfall, and the structural civil engineer offered some remedial action on how to fix the visible cracks or the visible cracks as shown as shown there on that photo, and that and stop them from happening again for whatever cause in the future. And the superstructure cracking was a direct consequence of the foundation failures previously noted in section 3.3 above, and that could be rectified as part of the civil or structural engineer's recommendations. These cracks are also visible on the floor tiles, which were cracked because of this, and the picture is showing what was observed then during, or what was picked up during the visit, and leaks in the roof, that the museum's entrance foyer's damp ceiling further demonstrate that the roof has to be repaired before more serious harm is done, and the image is there, and the detailed report. On February 2025, the portfolio committee visited the site, inspected the main building and discovered disturbing cracks, as we have already spoken to that. Consequently, the department has mandated that the PSPs conduct a site visit to assess the prevailing conditions and formulate recommendations as listed below. And this was in line with the recommendation of the portfolio committee. On February 26, 2025, Mr. Udani Plari of Zigidi Consulting Engineers visited the location, and according to their report, which was dated March 7, 2025, the structure is structurally sound. Nonetheless, the contractor must take the following corrective measures: that we remove the plastering where there are cracks, that we install 25 times 900 millimeter mesh wire. That is not the chicken, it's the real chicken mesh. Yeah. Not with an E between. The replaster and the repaint there. Mr. Mohoka Dikhali, principal agent, examined the site from Limek Architects on Thursday, and this was to confirm what was discovered or recommended on the 26th of February 2025, and that was on the 27th of February, Thursday, there. And on Monday, March 10, 2025, Mr. E.V. Barnard visited the location, and their report dated March 10, 2025 stated that they agreed with the civil engineer who inspected the site on February 26, 2025, that there is absolutely no structural damage because the contract is still inside the latent defect liability period, and they recommended certain remedial steps that the contractor had to undertake, and the visible fissures were caused by the structure settling, that they removed the plaster for 200 to 300 millimeter in those cracks, use a small angle grinder to cut a sharp edge and fix a piece of metal. I think we can read all that there in terms, honorable members and honorable chair, in terms of what is supposed to be done there. And according to clause 27.1 of the JBCC, the latent defect liability period shall commence at the start of the construction period and end 5 years from the date of the final completion, of which we are pretty much within those periods there, or that period there. The department has formally notified the principal agent to instruct the contractor to rectify any defect discovered during the latent defect liability period. Now, on the manner, just quickly, and the recommendation by the committee, and I'll just then read for recap and for the public to take note, that notwithstanding the suspension of the project due to the request by the community to repurpose Limana College, the portfolio committee resolved that the project be resuscitated as the buildings are closer to completion stage. The implementation of this resolution will prevent further vandalism and damage to the facilities, and that a joint committee meeting between the portfolio committee on education and the portfolio committee on the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure be facilitated through the legislature. That the meeting will aim at requesting the Limpopo Department of Education to consider the recommendation of the committee to resuscitate the Lemana College Infrastructure Project as resolved, and that the meeting will address the issues around unpaid workers and security concerns thereof. Our feedback as the department is that the head of department has since written a letter to the Department of Education to inform him on the recommendation made by the portfolio committee. In fact, we even wrote a letter, it's attached here, long before to the department as we're handing over this project back to them so that they then advise on the way forward in terms of what we want to do with the facility. And furthermore, the MEC of the Department of Education and the MEC of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure had a meeting on the 10th of March 2025, and the purpose of the meeting was to look into the status report on infrastructure projects that both the Department of Public Works and IDT are implementing on behalf of the Limpopo Department of Education, and the recommendation of the portfolio committee was also communicated in that meeting in terms of the way forward around the Lemana project, and the department will await further interventions by the portfolio committee as per the recommendations made. And this is our report here, signed off by our Honorable MEC, but there are roads that we visited, Honorable MEC. Just give a report.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members, MEC colleagues. We visited some roads. I will start with the Mulima Road. Mulima Road, we are not implementing in the current financial year. We hold it due to financial constraints, and then we will consider it in the new financial year. And the D4 road, there is a section of 2.5 kilometers that is under construction and is currently under practical completion. And where we have stopped, then the department has already planned for it to take it where we have stopped in the maintenance budget. But the section that was severely damaged, where there was severe potholes, this committee suggested that we remove the tar. That we have done, we have removed that tar currently. So the road is drivable. Then the R522 Macado Vivo Road, that's where we have indicated the committee that we have terminated the contractor due to poor performance. And at the time of the visit, the bid was already closed and is currently under evaluation. We are intending to appoint the new contractor and start immediately in the coming financial year. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair. Okay. So, look with the presentation with regard to the response to the recommendation by the portfolio committee in relation to our oversight visit to the sites as presented. Invite comments. Honorable Wolf.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. When I went outside, there was a delivery by another committee there that we must finish, but I hear it's quiet. Maybe they found another thing. So the report is welcomed, and I just want to check, Chairperson, why do you continue to award a project even when you can see from the figures that this person is not going to manage to deliver? What forces you to continue with awarding? Because the difference of 8 million is a lot. Did the department not do some investigation or benchmarking that this part of the project requires this much? Whereas there are other structures which were well completed in the same vicinity of that college. So it becomes a problem. I mean, some of us are not anything close to being engineers, but when you enter there, you'll even be afraid to come closer to the walls or the steel structures. So somebody set up that woman to disaster or that company, because on our visit, some of the engineers said to us they are going to demolish structures which have defects. But when we met the owner of the company, she was shocked. She got it from us because we were asking that, when are you starting with demolition? She said, demolishing what? The project is continuing. And we were asking this question so that in future you don't repeat the same mistake. The intention to suspend the project for 8 months when the project is already behind schedule is problematic. But now the interesting situation is that on the Schoemansdal chairperson, there were variations and so forth in terms of the initial amounts, if I saw the report properly. Why didn't you do the same on the first project of Maheli? Because you said 37.2 million was the actual amount budgeted, and then it was adjusted to, the final amount was something like 44 million, if I understood it correctly. So my question is, why didn't you do the same intervention? Whereas on a project where you wrote the person a letter that, are you going to manage to complete this project? Where is the letter for the second project at Schoemansdal, which has defects? And I hope we are still within that latent defect liability period where they must, those people, I can tell you, they tried, we saw where they tried to fix the cracks, came back. Because they were arguing, the people that they said, no, here we fixed. And we saw that this crack is coming back. But I'm just wondering, what makes the other one to accommodate the difference and the other one you don't do the same? And now I can tell you, when you're going to re-advertise, this project is going to come back with a higher value. So why didn't you do the same intervention on this innocent woman who was so frustrated on site? Because I'm not sure, we need to get a proper report on that. Because Schoemansdal has been accommodated, there were variations, whatever, and then this other one is not accommodated in terms of what the bid committee knew that is not going to complete the project. The issues of writing to the department, you know, when we were in that meeting for repurposing, what councillors have a different view about the structure. It's a heritage site and all that, and they are so firm on the issues. So you may need to go and consult that community before you conclude, because we had community was there, Mandona and so forth. All of them had a different view about what the building must be used for. And we said, the building is almost done. It was supposed to be a school, but they said, we don't want that school. Others said, no, it must be something else. And everything they are raising requires the structure to be demolished and so forth. So kindly go back to that community and make a proper consultation of what is required. And lastly, Chair, we hear that the damaged tire has been removed. And there were rains and so forth after that. If the road is drivable, it's until when? That exercise of you used to drive on a tar road and later on it's no longer there, that portion and so forth. How long are they going to wait for the road to be completely retarded and so forth, so that we have consistency and maintenance of that road will be easier? The Amulima road and others, next financial year, how many roads are being deferred for next financial year when communities are protesting? It's something which perhaps the MEC was not in the country. I thought coming back, you will tell us that the Arabs want to bring some investment or donations to the province in terms of the disasters that we encounter and the backlog. Because you people came back, we don't know what happened there. You are back and you find us fighting with Trump and you don't give us positive news.
So those were the
thanks. Let me allow Mr. Rambo, in brief, can you just respond to questions?
Good afternoon, Chairperson and honorable members. I think the first one that the Honorable Law asked about the underpricing. I think what we have done as a department, as much as that project we already funded being awarded, in the process when we award these tenders, as the department, in our own policy, we have put special conditions in there to say, if you bid for a project and you are underpricing by 20% in this case, the contractor will have to be invited to the committee and prove beyond doubt that you will do these projects. And we will even go further to check as to what component of the project is the risk to you as a contractor. And the contractor must write an undertaking to say, I'm going to finish this project. So then, as in when the contractor starts to implement the project, we are able to come in and say, this is not what we agreed upon. And I think that we have addressed is there in all our bids, the special condition as we attach to each and every bid. Now, the second part of what Honorable Law was asking about, us delaying in terms of terminating the project. We are governed by JPC. That is one of the contract documents that we use. Now, what we have done, just to mitigate that, because it's true, it will take almost 8 months to terminate the project. It's not supposed to. We've put measures in place. We've got governance structures that we've done in the current condition. One of the structures that we have is design and specification review committee. That all our projects going forward, we should be able to tighten all the process, tick all the boxes as to will this project be feasible, implementable within the budget, and so forth. So that is one of the things that we've done, and to ensure that we kept all these unwanted issues that we have in poor performance. The last point is that we have strengthened the project management and program management. I'm directly heading the committee that deals with infrastructure coordination and implementation in the department. And in that committee, we have assembled all the professionals to ensure that going forward, we can be able to improve in that. And we are going to minimize these issues of taking 8 months instead of less than 6 months to terminate the project. And those are the things that we put in place. And just specifically, just to touch on the one for Skuman's what we have done also is just to ensure that the engineers that design this project from the onset, irregardless of whether the project was finished last year or 10 years ago, the design has got guarantees that are issued by the professional engineer in that space. So that's where we are gunning for, and we should be able to get to say, how did you design? And 10 years or 5 years later, they scratch, how did they come about? That report, we are going to make sure that the engineer accounts for that. I'm saying this because one of the areas that we've brought forward in terms of the committee that I've spoken about, all the professionals registered in different disciplines, they are going to account on the professional space going forward. And on that, as the last point, all the professional companies will have to sign SLA with us on each and every project with a clear milestone, such that going forward, we don't only hold contractors accountable, and start with the professionals. I think I just wanted to respond in that manner. Thanks.
No, thanks. Maybe to appreciate the effort made. Actually, it's a commitment that was made by the Department of Works. It was RAL regarding the road Chitare, because we did the community there, and the Royal Council was also represented. Made the commitment was clear that in terms of maintaining the road, the issue of graveling and also blading to be maintained consistently until the next financial year when there will be the resurfacing of the road. It has been agreed and implemented. Now there's no So what Shaniti and the team, we do appreciate, because we must, when we made commitment, we must honor those commitments, in order to make sure that we utilize the confidence win back the confidence of our people. Then the question now to me is with regard to the variation order, with regard to the museum. And then there's a variation order, twice if I'm not mistaken, in terms of the presentation there. And there is that poor workmanship. And then the cracks starting with the foundation face and also, the roof leaking. But there were, a variation orders done. How did that came about? But with regard to with this one, that one young man who were there, we could observe that even the service providers was unable to budge. Even when questions were raised, she was not even clue. Was not. We could see she does not even understanding what is happening. And of course, coming to the department, this warnings, so many warnings given. One even from the start, you saw it. Actually, you saw it coming. That this the contractor will not be up to the task of implementing that project. And then you allow the project to run. Fortunately, there was not that much that had already been spent. But so many went into the time lost. You see. And then when you are able to, we are convinced that this service provider will not be able to make the task given to them. It's a challenge, but that's one also want you to comment on that one, so that moving forward, when we also exercise oversight of some of the projects, some of the gaps must have been closed. And then I also the issue of project management as well. We raised it even there at Mungin, that project management were being led down by the project manager. This is a challenge. Those are discrepancies that need to be closed. And the issue of the graves there, they need to be attended as urgently as possible. Thanks, Denis.
Well, thanks. Maybe let me allow Mahmoud Divan to respond on Suma's time.
Thanks, Honorable MEC. I just stepped out to the department. Can the HOD assist me with the question?
Okay, no, thanks very much. Just to explain, it was on Suma's Dal, the variation orders that are there. And still, after all those variation orders, we still have these challenges of those visible cracks. How then are we managing that?
All right. Thanks, HOD. Greetings to the Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. The variation orders that were implemented as humans, they were for the change of scope of work that was requested by the client. It was not to augment the undercoating by the contractor. So the client, when the contractor was appointed, they requested some additional work to be done on the project. And that's when the variation orders were raised and approved by the client.
The last part that Honorable Chair raised was on the contractor at Aninu. Yeah, just to say that as we were then replying to this, as Mr. Ramko was talking to it, is that we then have to bring in the element of project management. And again, I think as the department, we then have to work by the book. Not that we know someone. We actually implementing a specific project, and hence then this turnaround times, we must be able to write and document this in terms of our standard operating procedures. because we then don't know when to interview. And we have done that now since we started intensifying these processes. On schools, we already wrote to 2 and 1 we have just terminated. And we started even now in their current financial. So the process is moving very fast, and we'll be doing that, because if then our program managers that are sitting here, together with their project managers, they don't then implement accordingly, then we'll have them to then get answers from them. But we're reporting on this, we're trying to then be transparent so that we deal with the challenges of this nature. Honorable Chair, in one manner we then spoke to it in our presentation. But on the variation orders, I mean the question was asked earlier by Honorable Lebogo. We cannot do a variation order where the project has not even moved. And no one has even written to us in terms of whether it's a change of scope or its cost and all that, that we cannot really accommodate by then. Yeah, thank you.
We are done, unless
just
follow up.
Just to check so that it doesn't continue. How many projects are affected by change of scope? You know, we're dealing with the situation. Construction industry works with gradings, isn't it? So if somebody who's favored for a project does not meet a certain grading, they can give that person a project and adjust it later and say the client wanted the work to be chopped up. We can't work like that. We must be focused. This thing must never be repeated. Because something happened here. You are speaking about additional close to 8 million. And that woman lacks additional 8 million to complete the project. I don't know that woman. I'm just saying we need to be fair to the processes. It must not be repeated that somebody is given work when it's clear that the amounts quoted require some further adjustment. The client must never come with those tricks of saying later on adjust the scope of the project. Because if they are the CIDB gradings, other people are denied work who qualified at that time, and then all the amounts are also involved. But I will request the department, if it has not done that, to send a delegation to the families of those graves. Because Edmund was just a move. You know the graves are far from the project. Somebody just to get drag and throw in the graves and so. We must have a team going there to apologize to those families. We can't just make their graves to be a playground and we don't talk to them. Lastly, Chair, I agree that engineers, these professionals must be reported to their bodies. We must always have an in-house engineer on site. And if anything happens, this person must report weekly or monthly so that this person must also be reported to the professional board. You are paying people a lot of money, they are not doing their work. How did the structure end up being like that when so many engineers who are paid millions and I think them? And when you see them, I told those engineers, that's why our projects are collapsing. Our barrel booth, and flusher, and they are on a project site. There is no compliance on anything. And you say these people must control your projects. You are going to have serious legal problems going forward. So the two must not be repeated. Where a client comes and they say the scope must, the same client must sign like you make the other one to sign that you are not going to increase your scope. You are done with your project. And if you want to increase it later on, it will be adjusted on the next project. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. Let me see. Can you?
No, I think this was a comment.
Okay. So you are okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. We are. Oh, the 4.3.2.
All right. No, thanks very much, Chair. Let me take this opportunity again and update the Portfolio Committee on Public Works, Water and Infrastructure on the strides that the Department has been making in shaping the road agency. I want to take honorable members here to town about what happened and where we are. As a true reflection of what is happening in the department. other than what you hear on the media. The RAL Board of Directors resigned between the period of the 1st to the 24th of July 2024, followed by a board resolution dated the 30th July 2024, which led to the department advertising the vacancy of the board members. A request for nomination of board members was made through an advert calling members of the public to make nominations. The closing date for the advert was on the 13th of September 2024. The reason, Chair, I'm highlighting all this specifically is to try and take the honorable members into confidence on the work we are doing to stabilize our entity RAL. After the closing date of the advert, the selection committee comprised of 3 MECs convened and shortlisted the 9 nominated candidates on the 18th of February. The names of the nominees were gazetted on the 21st of February, calling on members of the public to comment. And the 9 nominees were invited for interviews, which took place just yesterday, the 18th of March, 2025. The department is finalizing the submission to be sent to the Office of the Premier for further entry, particularly at ESCO level. And in the morning, I saw the invite for special ESCO that is happening next week, the 26th on Wednesday, where even the issue of RAL board for the concurrence is there on the agenda. So it means next week the issue will be done. We can assure the committee and members of the public that we will be having a new board of directors by the 1st of April 2025. And this will assist us to continue smoothly in terms of the provision of improved services to our communities in the space of road infrastructure. Lastly, Chair, after all these interventions made at the entity, like I said before, the staff morale at RAL has since improved, and engineers and everyone else are working tirelessly to serve our communities that are in dire needs of services. So, Chair, that's the report that I can put here to the committee and the public. Thanks.
Thanks, MEC. That's the report in terms of the appointment of the new board. Any question or comment from honorable members? Was it just straightforward? Sort of an update as to how far are we in terms of making sure that the new board is consulted. Honorable Kukana?
No, thanks, Chair. Let me just welcome the presentation that's made by the MEC and appreciate the struggle I've made in terms of addressing this issue of the board, and so that we could, within a short space of time, to have a board for RAL, and we're able to move forward. We really appreciate that.
Thank you very much. That is our position at the portfolio committee. We appreciate the progress made in terms of dealing with the critical issues facing RAL. You could see there's within the progress report there that you are presenting to us. Yeah, really, appreciated. And they said, of course, work in progress. Even the next meetings will be getting, a progress report. So that commitment that MEC has made in our first meeting, that really he was acceding that there are various challenges to RAL and also the Department of Public Works, but he's ready to confront them. And I can see now the program in place there is bearing fruits in terms of transforming the Department of Public Works for infrastructure and also the RAL. So we do appreciate the request for the committee. And that brings us to item 6. Coordinator.
Thank you, Chairperson. On my side, the only announcement that I have is that once you've adjourned the meeting, there will be lunch in the foyer. Well, it's the
announcement from our side is that from here we're heading to our program. Those committee members that are available are at liberty to join us. It's just 10 kilometers away, simple. Just near simple.
We're doing the roads.
Yeah.
Because the meeting is closed.